Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Late Night Shockjock, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I am not the sheepdog. And with me today is a very, very special guest making a triumphant, less audio massacre-y return, Ken Jennings from the Kiwi Farms. How are you, sir?
Not too bad. How about yourself this evening?
I'm doing great, man. It was a rainy day, which means I just sat around forever. Maybe you can talk to me about that as a therapist, about my problem with rainy days where I subconsciously know the day will be terrible, so I have no energy. But
well, it sounds like you're predisposing yourself for a negative day, so you're always going to have that kind of output.
It starts even before I wake up and know that it's raining, though. That's the weird thing for me. It's almost like I call them low chi days, because if you say things with Chinese words in them, it makes them more special and mystical.
I don't have that problem. That's something. I don't know if they have that in the DSM. I'll have to go back and check.
You know what's funny? I was thinking about this. I think the DSM means something different to Drexel than it does to you, for example. I think he has a different meaning for that acronym. But I don't know if you've watched any of the Drexel streams, so I might be.
I've watched, I think, almost all of them. I'm a very avid follower of yours. I've watched you since before the Vic stuff started.
Oh, awesome.
Killstream introduced me, so.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Well, man, what we're here to do tonight is, of course, resume what happened. What we were talking about last time. Unfortunately, we were plagued by audio issues, and we had to cut that one a little bit short. But we're here to talk about a subject that we all know and love, and that is Ron Toye. And specifically, some interactions that you've had with him on the Kiwi Farms thread. If I'm not mistaken, he's now made some at least references to threats. I don't know if we could call them threats or not, but at least references to threats about reporting you or suing you and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, it's all of the above. He wants to, there was a threat, because this all started back in the middle of April. And I posted, I think Ron has antisocial personality disorder and has potential sociopathic traits based on his behaviors and the different ways he acts. Of course, this was before his interview he did recently. Just the way he responds and his relationship history. And that's what, for lack of a better word, triggered him to respond in the way he did and come geek some's video. And so there was some little things there. When he came on the Kiwi Farms, when was this? On the 16th, I think it was. I said, hey, it's Ken. I know you had some shit with me, basically. And, he basically was trying to one-up me and talk down to me, basically saying I have the notes here somewhere, telling me that what is it here? Trying to sound smart, and because I chose my account alt name unique, is rather unique. He's reporting me to Ken Jennings himself, apparently, which I find fucking hilarious, by the way. I thought that was the funniest shit.
Hello, is this Ken Jennings? The Ken Jennings from Jeopardy? Yeah, I'd like to report someone impersonating you on a website. Have you heard of the Kiwi Farms? Ken Jennings says, what is this? That's a funny joke you answered in the form of a question. Oh my God. Could you imagine that poor guy? I almost hope it happens.
Well, someone on the thread on the forums like a couple hours ago, not even, was saying, because Ron's talking about wanting to find my licensing board. He wants me to dox myself so that I can, or if you're so high and mighty and you stand behind your stuff, go ahead and put out your information so we can verify your credentials. I'm like, I'm not stupid. One, I'm on the Kiwi Farms, and I'm already not going to piss those people off. I tread lightly, and so I'm not. And given your history of wanting people to lose their jobs because of things you don't like, I'm not that dumb.
Oh, I mean, that phone call would happen before you even clicked post. He would have time travel powers to get the licensing board receptionist on the phone and go full Karen on them.
Oh yeah, he would be 110% Karen. But I think someone had said that, I would love to be the fly on the wall, listening to the person, the licensing board officer in the office where some random therapist gets accused of being Ken Jennings, and they get some shit for it, and it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that's how.
Kiwi Farms?
That's how I feel like the professional responsibility board in Minnesota feels whenever they get one of like when the Mountain Jews sent their complaint about me or whatever, and when that one other chick who I can't remember her name, the weirdo model whose mom is like the worst tiger mom ever. They get that and they're like, what the hell even is this? Like what? Because they're thinking from the lawyer's perspective, okay, some lawyer swindled someone out of money, didn't represent them properly, something like that. And then suddenly they're reading about internet idiocy. Like, what is this? I can only imagine the poor therapist board. They would need therapy themselves afterwards.
Well, I tell everyone most therapists have a therapist of their own, so they probably already have one. They would probably need to call them for the emergency.
Right.
Yeah. But I imagine there's someone at the lawyers board for your stuff, the professional responsibility board. I bet there's like a half a dozen of them, and whenever your name comes in, they go, "Oh fuck,
yeah,
you want to do this one?" I don't think, Tim, you're doing this one. I don't want to deal with this.
We'll just send the form letter and hope they go away. Oh God. Yeah, it's terrible. Okay, so why don't we quickly talk about just briefly who you are in case people don't know. I mean, obviously not doxing or anything, but kind of what we did last time. So you're on the Kiwi Farms. You're a therapist somewhere with some experience. You have an advanced degree. But and the long and short of the story is that you gave some opinions, not a diagnosis, because obviously Ron is not your client. You gave an opinion about some tendencies that he showed online, right? Is there anything I'm missing from that?
No, that's a pretty good summary. I would add to that even, because one of the things Ron said that would be on, because he had gone crazy on YouTube over the last couple of weeks, especially within the last week, but saying that it would be unethical for me to diagnose him. And I went ahead and summarized on the Kiwi Farms that based on the level, based on who does my licensing, that it's not technically unethical for me to do it as long as I say this person's not my client and I specify the relationship and my specific board and licensing agency, and there's about 4 or 5 of them, and 4 of the 5 or so really don't care as long as you specify. It's only really the American Psychiatric Association that got pissy in the 60s or 70s with the Goldwater stuff. Outside of that, they're just like, don't make yourself look stupid as long as you specify your credentials, you specify it's not your client. You could pretty much talk about it.
Sure.
And it's so Ron's a public figure now, so I can do that.
Right. And people do this to Trump all the time. They do it to lots of politicians get it. Various celebrities get it as well. It's just you get some people who you get to have an opinion, right? Like that's the end of the day. You get to have an opinion about someone who is in some way newsworthy, and you can observe them. They don't have to be newsworthy to everybody, but that doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the long and short of that.
Pretty much.
So, all right. Well, I guess why don't we? How do you want to do this? I mean, you have some material together. Do we want to go through your initial post, or what do we want to? I don't know. What's your thoughts on it? You're the professional here.
I mean, you can say that, but that's being kind. I might be professional in my job, but outside of that, I guess if you want, we can either go through that. I'm fine with that, or we can start going through his posts in the original thread, because you'll come across mine at some point, and then I can pull in the stuff that's kind of happened, that's relevant. I've got all my stuff in notes kind of set aside as needed, so.
Sure. Well, yeah, let's see. Why don't we, do you have the post number of your original post? Or what page?
The very first one back that started this whole fiasco?
Yeah, that would be, I think we should maybe just go through that to start. That'd be a good primer for people who haven't seen it.
Give me 1 second. I just had it open. Okay. My whole Chrome crashed like right before.
Always does.
Yeah, of course it does. Let's see here.
While you're doing that, I'm going to read a couple chats. Nova Zero says, shit, everybody, Gelth Walker has officially survived a Karen incident. I'll let him share it, but if you got him on Discord, send him some love. And if anybody has Karen repellent, please support that product. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad Gelth is still alive. Phoenix Oram says, late and pegged. Also, we might have to I might have to solicit your opinion on Preston Poulter at some time.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, his your analysis of his legal analysis last night was amazing.
Well, it wasn't.
The dissonance was so high. I think I've never seen it recorded.
Yeah, well, fortunately for me, sometimes people make my job of making fun of their legal knowledge really easy.
Yeah, he made that was a kind of a preschool level easy for him.
Yeah.
On that one. Okay, how do I send this to you? Is there a chat here, or
you can just tell me the post number or page number, and I can just pull it up.
Page. I think it's it's page on the Monica and Ron thread, page 347, second one down.
Okay, there we go. There we are. All right, so here is the post. This is on April 14th, 2020. So that's one thing for everybody to keep in mind. This is all relatively recent. Like, this progressed pretty quickly. The April 14th post by you, and then it wasn't too long after that his Twitter got nuked, and then he starts posting on the Come Geek Some thing, and I think I read somewhere that, or maybe he talked about it on the interview with the Kitchener people. Did he actually have a conversation with Come Geek Some? Is that
I
like
don't
in
remember
DMs?
that from the interview.
Okay, I might be reading something else about that. I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe I'm forgetting, but because I watched the interview to go through and do my one of my replies to him, or one of my analysis to him recently, and I don't remember seeing that. I could have missed it, so don't correct me if I'm wrong.
All right, I'm gonna pull up on the screen here, guys. I'm going to pull up the post by Ken, so that should be visible. I'll make it a little bit larger here so we can see, hopefully, and I'll zoom in. Oh, look at that. We can do, yeah, that's what we need right here. Okay, so this is visible. So well, I'll just start reading through this. Why don't we alternate paragraphs? That's always fun. So I'll start. So you said, I'm a therapist and my best assessment is that he has antisocial personality disorder with more diagnostic features leaning towards sociopathy rather than psychopathy. He is not cool and calculated like someone with psychopathy. He gets nervous and will become angry or agitated easily. This presents with volatility and fits of rage. Criminal behavior, or in the context of the stuff he's done so far from day zero to now, is rarely to never methodical, but disorganized, haphazard, and spontaneous. Now, I think that is that nails him, and that's one thing I noticed in my conversations with him through the text messages, is that people would always ask me when the next Ronversations was coming, and I would never know, because it would just always start after something I would say, and a lot of times just like a throwaway line or some sort of random happenstance I would say, and then suddenly Ron would text me about something, right? Like it would trigger him, and then he would open up with some sort of insult, and then we'd go back and forth for a while, and he'd try and play nice, and then it would eventually just fizzle out. But I don't think he has plans on how he does things. Now, some people disagree with me on that, but I don't know if you want to elaborate.
I think you're right in that one. The way he just it's a reaction. So for him, he's most likely seeing, at this point in his life, you are a major source of stress for him. And it's almost no matter what you do, it's going to be some sort of stress for him. And when you hit any of the kind of certain specific points are the things that will tip him over the edge. And that's what got to the Ronversations in the first place. Now, with his, if you pay attention to the way he responds in those messages, it's very specific. And he always is trying to one-up you and take control of the conversation. And it's a control game in that conversation. You're both vying for it. It's the nature of what's going on. But Ron does that in most of his communications, back to the 400 tweets, back to the way he's responding on Kiwi Farms, always has to have some form of control. The loss of control is kind of devastating. It's kind of almost like he has no idea what he's doing. He's driving a boat with no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this in, which we'll kind of get to in a little bit, so his responses to you, right? Because it's one of the things that he has to do. He has to minimize his opponent.
Absolutely.
Or his perceived opponent. That's the funny thing. I'm not actually Ron's opponent. I mean, I might be an antagonist or whatever, but he stands. There's no battle between Ron and I that has any sort of measure of victory. One, we would have such vastly different win conditions that it wouldn't make any sense to be opposed in that way. Two, Ron has actual battles going on that I'm merely laughing at. So he's like yelling at the announcer while playing football against someone else, which is interesting to me. And I think it's the same with you. But he perceives an opponent to defeat, and then he seems to go directly towards, if I minimize them, I can increase my power and decrease theirs, and then I can gain the upper hand in this situation. Like he wants to set you on the back foot in the conversation. I'm just spouting off, so feel free to.
No, you would be surprised at what most people are not too bad at making the decent assumption of or assessment of kind of people's behavior. I noticed that on the Kiwi Farms, for people with like Ron and some of the other main actors in the Weeb Wars stuff, they're pretty decent on the general understandings of a person and their actions. Ron specifically with this too, as you said, as far as perceived opponents, from this post, which started this whole saga, to today, I have repeatedly said my whole goal with this is simply to get Ron to understand that he's dealing with some underlying issues that he may not understand, and I've only wanted him to get some help. And I said I would specifically help him find the best therapist in his area. All he has to do is reach out to me. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, and I genuinely I don't know if people think I was trolling Ron. Well, I was mildly trolling Ron because I know it bothered him, but Ron does have control and abuse issues that persist. That just seems clear from every communication he's had and how he reacts when put under any sort of pressure. And I think that he would benefit from some help. I think he's one of the people who are under the illusions that they got help and now can walk away from whatever help because they're quote unquote fixed. But that's not really, from my experience, that's not really how people work.
It's not. Like you said in a stream a while back, and I think it's what led me in, because I put it, I think, in this post here, is you had talked about alcoholism and an alcoholic and how if they, because Ron was minimizing his abuse. Yeah, there you go. So they were asking me on the forums if I was going to do an analysis of you.
You can. I'm with it.
And Vic, and so there's a in the whole farms thread wants me to analyze everyone in the thread. So I just called them autists. So,
well, if you need any information from me to do a proper analysis of me, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to comply.
I'll have to hit you up on that because I think it'd be interesting. I think it's fair too. If I did Ron, I'll do you, so that way there's no perceived. And I'm trying to come at this as objective as I can.
Yeah, and I think, as I've always said, I'm as fair game as anybody else. I mean, that's just how it goes. So I'm certainly be curious to see what kind of a professional opinion of me would be. I mean, I haven't talked to a therapist in a very, very long time. I probably could use one.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, I don't either.
Even if you go once a month, just to have someone to vent to help you kind of guide your overarching goals in life. Like, for example, some of my clients I've seen recently, because of the position I'm in, I see them weekly. And, I work a lot with children in my current position. Mm-hmm. And so I see them weekly, or I do family therapy. So I do different types of things along those lines. Not everyone gets that advantage. They can only see them every other week, or every month, or every 6 weeks sometimes, depending on their insurance. Or I can only, some places only get to see them, 6 or 8 times because of insurance limits. Sure. So, and you can pay cash out of pocket too, and usually get a decent rate if you look for a decent therapist. So you don't have to rely on insurance too. So, side note.
Yeah. Well, why don't you hit the next paragraph here?
Awesome. So he absolutely fears loss of control. This is clear from the Ronversations, as he freaks out and lashes out at Nick when he is feeling his control of the situation slipping, and will try to cause Nick to get upset by his parroted lines and repeated lies. In his mind, he continues to reinforce his perception he has deluded himself into believing each time he tells the lie. Even when he is challenged with contradictory evidence, he contorts himself to fit within the lie.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about before a little bit with the harping on the control thing. But I love the parroted lines are great. And I feel like with me, he does a 17-0 thing, which is fantastic. And some people want 17-0 merch. That's funny. That's pretty funny. I'll think about it. But the other thing he does that is more general, and I mean, it was immediate on the farms, is he resorts to the emojis, right? Like, the emojis are clearly an indicator of whenever his veneer of control is slipping, or whenever he is attacked, that thing comes out. Boom. Yeah, go ahead.
So someone pointed this out in his reply to me. So because I had tagged him and I said, "Hey, Ron, you're going to respond to my thing because you were wanting to sue me and all this stuff." I think I had said something like that. And he'd used 3 emojis, 3 smileys in his thing. I missed it initially. Someone pointed it out. And so someone was like, "You got to him."
Oh, yeah.
And he was to demean me and to try and talk down to me the way he did shows someone. And the ironic thing is, if you go to his interview he did, the Knuckleheads podcast or whatever it was,
right,
all he was talking about was wanting to have conversations of positivity. And yet this was not that far. There was not a long distance in between the reply on the Kiwi Farms and the podcast. I don't remember which one occurred first. But if you're wanting positivity, why are you sitting here demeaning someone whose only goal is to help you?
Now, do you I've seen people do this before. Heck, even Vic's done it. And it's something that I'm not entirely comfortable with, is the idea of, I only want to have conversations of positivity. Because for me, like, what I don't want to do on the average day is I don't want to get into an argument with someone. I love to discuss things and I love to disagree with people about it, but I don't want to like bicker and argue and fight in that sort of petty back and forth way. But I certainly don't want to only have positive conversations. Like, I feel like we need to engage negative things and negative emotions and negative experiences. I think that's important. So I don't know. Do you make anything of that sort of that idea that we should only be having positive conversations, or that someone only desires those?
I think it depends on how you interpret positive conversations. If a positive conversation is only talking about positive things, then I would say that's probably not, if that's the only thing you're aiming for, I'd probably say, nah. But if the goal of the conversation is a positive outcome, I could say, me and you could have a discussion over whether Preston's behaviors were incredibly awesome and his videos were very sexy. And
well, I'd be recommending a therapist to you immediately. No.
I already got one, like I said.
I'm going to get you another.
I probably need 3 or 4. So we could have a disagreement on that.
Sure.
And if the goal is a positive outcome, we would find a middle ground. We would find a point where we could move on from that or find a meeting point. And so you can have, or if you and your wife are fighting over something, really bad,
right?
You can find a positive outcome from that. So if you say a positive conversation is ending in a positive outcome, I think that's fine. If it's only good things, you have to address the bad. It's like bottling things up. If you try to put too much air into the balloon, it'll pop. That's why people have breakdowns. That's why people have explosive events or anything like that, or lash out in anger, because you're not addressing your emotions and your feelings.
What do you think, if you had to guess on Ron, or I guess not even guess, but I mean, if you had to assess Ron's meaning of positive conversations, what do you think he means by that?
That's a good question. I would say a positive conversation for Ron would be one that would not likely leave him unchallenged in certain ways. So if me and Ron were to sit down and have a conversation, or you and Ron were to sit down and have a conversation, you couldn't really challenge him on where his faults were in this case, because that to him wouldn't be positive. Even though it's a meritorious point, it needs to be addressed. But when you're ignoring it, so Ron, and as I said in one of my posts, even if Vic walks out of this 17-0 wins, knocks it out of the park, like goes to jury trial, they're all like, you guys fucked up, and gives him a win, Ron will never admit fault, ever.
Right.
I wouldn't, and if he does, it would not be sincere.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. That's kind of the impression I get from Ron when he says he wants a positive conversation, or he wants to talk positively. He doesn't want any challenge to the nobility of their actions. And if there were, in some unfathomable way, a challenge to the nobility, it would be mitigated automatically by, and he seems to do this, the strain or pressure he was under by being under attack. And where I see this come out the most for Ron is when someone brings up, you tweeted about this guy like 400 times, you crazy weirdo. And he's like, no, I was responding to other people. And he ignores the fact that he's responding to other people, sure, but he's not lashing out at the person who's attacking them. He's lashing out at Vic on behalf of the person who attacked him, right? And that to me is so telling about where his mind is.
There's a sad thing that comes with this too, is Ron is actually not taking advantage of something that comes amazingly beneficial with the fact that you're typing a message or you're typing a tweet. You can take every damn minute you want to craft a perfect response. And when you're not doing that, you're not thinking. It's not like a conversation like me and you were having, where if you were to put me up, I'm like, oh shit, I have to think on my feet. You can sit down and think about what you're saying. And so his messages are crafted. You could tell that. They're not in a good way. They're crafted in a controlling way.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I'll read the next one here. Even if Vic wins completely, Ron will never admit he's wrong, something you just said. The way he minimizes his history of emotional and physical abuse, claiming he is reformed, but anyone who has ever had to go through DV/batterer's intervention knows you never try to minimize like that. You accept full responsibility for your actions. And that's something that I, as a jackass, kept reminding Ron. but it's true. He would say, and that was his entire premise. And I kind of want to talk about this. Ron likes to set himself up as the reformed, and that reformation is, to borrow a Christian term, he was refined in the fire, right? And so now he is able to be a light towards the next person. It is almost a religious approach to his attempted messaging, in my opinion. It seems like, look, I've been there. I've been in the dark place. I came back. Now I'm better. Now I can help Vic. I can help Nick with his rage on the internet, which is fun. I can help all of these people understand because I was the bad guy, and now everybody says I'm good, so I am. What do you make of that sort of issue, or am I reading too much into it?
No, I think you've got a good direction on it. So where I see a concern with that is it's not so much him. I have a problem with him kind of focusing on the whole remote thing. I don't look at the remote thing as being, it's a funny thing to joke about, whatever. Right. It's funny. It pisses him off. So if you're trying to fuck with him, of course it's going to get to, yeah, of course. I was waiting for that. I knew you were going to do that. So
you got me, President.
I've got you pegged. Oh shit! I can't use that word anymore. I got to fuck everything up. Anyway, he's emotional, and the emotional abuse in the relationship to control in his previous relationships. That was the problem. That's where the issues lie. It's not, you slapping your ex-wife on the thigh with the remote, whatever. I don't care about that. I care about your ex-wife feeling so freaked out and concerned that she has to go through the court to get an injunction in place, and that the court has to find DV occurring, which is not a horribly high standard, but still a standard you have to cross.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think I find the remote so amusing merely because, like, it's like a bad novel, metaphor, right? Because Ron's issue ultimately is control. And we saw that with how in the transcripts from those court cases, in the transcripts, he had issues with his wife wouldn't pick up the phone, like didn't answer the phone, and that just made him really pissed off, or he needed to be picked up, and that bothered him, or it's always these control issues. So then the fact that the implement he used to physically strike her was a remote control, that to me that was just premium, in my opinion. That's what really sells it. I don't think it would take a lot of effort to do a ton of damage with a remote control. Generally, they're much more dangerous things that he could have hit her with, right? Like that's the kind of the idea, in my opinion. But the fact that it just happened to be a control implement, that sells it. That's poetic.
Yeah, you can't make that up. You can't make that up if you want to.
Right. Okay, you want to hit the next paragraph? Or was there, if there's anything else you want to, always feel free to interject, by the way.
Well, I'll briefly add this, and I think I mentioned it when we were discussing the last section, was you brought up the alcoholism and wanting to always focus on being better than that, and that being the worst thing you've ever done and the one thing you want to improve on. And so while Ron will sit here and say, I'm not minimizing, but what I did was not as bad as X. That's exactly minimizing.
Right.
That's saying my abuse was not that bad. I didn't throw her against the wall. I didn't bash her skull, and I didn't rape her. That's not what matters. What matters is what you did do, and your problems are yours to internalize and fix, not what anyone else's are. I can't control you. I can't control the person sitting next to me. I can only control me. And that's what it comes to at the end of the day. So if you don't control your own, it doesn't matter what someone else's are. A murderer can have better self-control than you because they've reformed themselves, and you're not showing that reform.
Right. Okay, why don't you hit that next paragraph there? This and some other evidence.
This and some other evidence I've seen, like the recent live stream of him and Monica, his multiple divorces and serial relationship issues, tells me he struggles to form attachments. He likely doesn't feel emotions. His emotions he appears to display are likely him mimicking. The live stream videos where he is constantly looking back to Monica as a way for him to verify he is displaying the correct emotions to match the situation. Compare this to this deposition where his anger and desire for control rears its head. with his responses and snarky comments. He tried to, but failed miserably to control the situation.
Yeah, and what really got me in my conversations with Ron was he thought, even now, or I don't know if he thought it, but he pretended that those snarky responses and comments, that those were a victory. He referred to them as if they came off positively, and I don't think they did at all. I thought they showed someone being unaware of the situation they were in. If they were jokes, they weren't funny, right? They didn't really hit the room. And it was just, it felt very uncomfortable how he did it. But then, that's fine. Depositions are uncomfortable. But to see him later refer back to them, he's like, remember when I said or? And I was like, that wasn't a win or anything. That was just dumb. But I don't know. That blew me away.
Yeah, I'm still, I still would say I'd lean towards my initial thoughts on this. He does display narcissism. His traits are, they just don't, because when you're doing a diagnosis of someone, I can pull up the DSM if you want to get to the weeds on it. You have to kind of rule out certain things because you'll have co-occurring mental disorders. So you can have, say, autism and ADHD have several overlapping symptoms.
Right.
And to properly treat it, you have to figure out which one is which.
On a complete side note, and I don't mean to derail this, but I'm just curious. Do you think that the overlap of autism and ADHD led to an overdiagnosis of ADHD, and that only now we're starting to correct with a increased recognition of autism and Asperger's and other spectrum disorders?
Well, one of the problems with ADHD happened is with the advent of, different stimulants that are effective, overprescription was a thing for a while. It still kind of is. I don't deal with prescriptions, thank God, because I can actually do therapy, which I like.
Right.
But, overprescription was a problem. Autism kind of, it kind of gained more light recently. Before it was, known as like Asperger's or something along those lines. Now with, the DSM-5 changes, putting it on the spectrum, it gives you more room to kind of make a diagnosis. It gives you more breadth for, so someone who's higher functioning but still showing autistic traits, you can better recognize that versus before you would say, they kind of look like ADHD, so here's some stimulants, try that. And, you can give someone with autism stimulants and it just doesn't work, or it makes the situation worse.
Sure. Okay, sorry, I completely derailed the point you were making.
That's a good point.
Which was that you can display symptoms of multiple different issues. Or the symptoms have significant overlap for multiple different issues. I don't know if that helps get you back to where you were. Sorry, I have ADD or whatever.
That's okay. I have ADHD, so that's why I struggle to focus so much. The worst part of my job is actually typing the notes. I do love doing everything else except typing up the damn notes.
Oh God, I could never be a medical professional because of the notes.
Yeah, it's a pain, the legal side of it. If you never type it up, it never happened, kind of thing.
I don't I've not been diagnosed with ADD, guys. That was mostly a joke. But I
probably be diagnosed with a form of adult ADD or ADHD. I
would think so. But I just want to be clear that I have not actually been. So, but I would be shocked if I'm not.
Well, you did squirrel really well, so I'm very impressed. But what I was saying about kind of co-occurring mental disorders and diagnosis is you have to rule it out. So while I could say Ron fits the criteria for a narcissistic personality disorder, some of it doesn't fit right. It doesn't fit right for certain other things. It is along the cluster B scale of personality disorders, because there's like 3 different clusters, A, B, and C. And that's why, because there's no in the DSM, the diagnostic and statistic, it's basically the diagnostic handbook for mental health professionals. In there's no diagnosis for psychopathy or sociopathy. It's antisocial personality disorder is the closest you come. and then you kind of recognize the differences in, or the more severe things related to those traits. Where a psychopath is more cool and calculated, they blend into everyday life a lot easy. That's why you can have, psychopathic, serial killers blend into society for decades, because they're good at what they do. They're just kind of a blank slate. Well, Ron, he's more sociopathic in that his response is, if he gets, something hits those spots, he's responding. He can't just let it be. There's no leaving it alone for Ron.
Yeah, that was, I think that there was never a time where that was more evident. I would love to say that it was most evident when he joined the Kiwi Farms, but I think it was after his Twitter was destroyed, he hit the comment section on the next video that had to do with him, right? Like that was the Come Geek Some video. He like drops in there out of nowhere. He drops in to talk about that. It's like he must have a say in this, and he lost his way to do that on Twitter. Obviously, his Twitter's been protected for a long time, so we don't know exactly what he was talking about, but some people have, seen people who are responding, and the responses included Ron Toye in some of the threads, a lot of the law Twitter people, for example. So we know that he was talking about the issues, and he lost it. He lost his ability to do so. So I think that kind of is reinforced pretty simply by his behavior there.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't just created a burner and gotten back on.
He hasn't shown up on YouTube yet, has he? Like, because he promised a video with his first ex or whatever, and that just has never materialized as far as I know. And I think it was
never expected it to in the first place.
Well, but he said it was going to happen.
Just because he said it.
Are you calling Ron a liar?
No shit. But I don't mean that to, like I said, I really do want to help Ron. So while Ron, if you're listening, I'm sure you are. Hi, Mr. Transcriber. I hope you're enjoying this. I really do want you to get the help you need. This isn't meant to be offensive or to hurt you. I hope you do see the problems that are going on here. So while I may joke about some of this during this tonight, I do hope you get help in the end. And like I said, I'm happy to help you. So
I think we've been pretty good so far, and you've been better than me about it. But I mean, we're not here to have a roasting session of Ron. That is fun and all, but I hope people understand we're not doing that. It's pretty apparent we're not actually just dumping on the guy entirely. This is a discussion, and there will be, some jokes, but ultimately, no. I think this is to be somewhat educational and explorative, and to just dump on him isn't the right format for that, in my opinion. Let me read a couple of these messages real quick, or these super chats, and then we can jump into the next thing. Airman says, Twitter is my litmus test for how active Weeb Wars is. Notifications suddenly blowing up? Check Kiwi Farms. Discover the new Ronversations. Gotta check out Nick's stream to get the condensed version. Keep up the good work. Oh, thanks, Airman. Hope you're doing well. At Zuma99 says, what's up, Ken? Hope things are going well for you in this COVID shat storm. Honestly, I think a good beating would straighten Ron out. He really needs one. I bet he's not anything like this outside of the internet. Now, what do you think about that?
Well, I was reading some of the chat. What was that last?
It was, well, first he says he thinks a good beating would straighten Ron out. I don't think that that's true.
I disagree. I have a problem with any sort of corporal punishment, because a lot of people don't understand the way it's supposed to be correctly used, and it ends up being child abuse versus actual correction.
And I also don't think Ron's personality would respond in the way that is desired from a beating, right? Like, I don't think he would take a correction in that way. And I think Ron got beaten proverbially by the internet, right? Like, they were dumping on him for months and months and months, myself included. And it's not like he went into a desirable direction of trying to reconcile and mediate with his actual opponents, he entrenched himself and not only defended his own behavior but nobilized it, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know if you watched the full Knuckleheads interview he did.
I think I saw all of it, but please go on.
There is a section, and I took timestamps down on this too. There was, because I was doing that whole large ass analysis I did recently, and there's a section where he talks about how when he was younger, he had dealt with bullying and fighting, and so in his, he grew up in an abusive home, and so that his aggression was kind of how a learned behavior. It was his environment, which I completely agree with you on this one, Ron. You did suffer, it sounds like, a very traumatic childhood, and I'm sorry you dealt with that. But he does talk about getting into fights and his sister, being one of his sisters being sexually abused, and him dealing with that person, it sounded like, in a physical or an aggressive manner. So even if you had done something, taken Ron in a physical kind of, if you beat the shit out of him, for a lack of a better term or sentence, it doesn't matter, because he's going to want to correct that, and that's only going to escalate things. You can't take violence to try and correct a violence and aggression problem.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think that would work. But the next part was, I bet he's not anything like this outside of the internet.
I would disagree.
Now, do you think he, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but do you think he kind of surrounds or positions himself in a place where he doesn't, I don't want to say he has like yes men, because that would imply he has authority over them. But just, do you think he positions himself in as many non-confrontational public appearances as possible? Like with his work and stuff like that?
Well, probably. He also leans on, like at conventions, that whole hugging video that came out not too long ago, where he kind of, the fan got coerced into hugging him, which I thought was, that was
strong language.
Yeah. I don't know why you would want, as the spouse of the voice actor, want to hug. That, to me, seems like you need to be the center of attention, because you're not. You're in a lesser position when your spouse is this, well-known voice actor in the anime industry. Monica's well enough known, known well enough that people see her, they go to conventions to get her autograph, and then when you're with her, you're no longer the top of the food chain. You are lesser, so you're vying for position. You want to try and even it up. So, oh, hey, give me a hug too. I want a hug. I love hugs. Yeah,
and what did you make of his statement about the time when Monica and Vic kind of met up and Ron was there, and like Vic was standing talking, walking alongside Monica, they're friends at the time, they're walking alongside each other, and Ron was incensed to the point of wanting to punch him, according to Ron. Are you familiar with that?
I think so. I think it sounds familiar. If I'm remembering correctly, it sounds like kind of back to that. Ron lost the apex status on that. Vic is much superior to him. Even though Ron has done everything he can over the last, 16 months now or whatever it is, to try and make Vic a lesser, he hasn't been able to. He's failed at that at multiple turns. He may have lost him his primary source of income. He may have tried to badmouth him, but his deposition hurt that really badly. Monica's deposition hurt that really badly. The plan wasn't a horrible one. It failed. And I don't know if this was, because I've still been on the wall about whether or not this was planned, and this is something like Monica and them planned, or if this is something that Ron had any sort of, hand in as far as making it happen. But once the ball got rolling, Ron became the star of the show. He was the one that all the tweets are being made out of. I don't remember how many tweets of Monica's were entered into evidence, but Ron had over 400 tweets entered in evidence. There was 400 something in the TDMA letter. So
Yeah, I think with Monica, it was. I mean, it was like Marky. It was under 10 or whatever. She didn't. She didn't make that many tweets. It was for Monica and Jamie, it was the nature of what was in those few tweets that was so damaging. The accusations, with the details, that's alleged to have caused the damage. Okay, so for the last paragraph here, Ron, from a literal professional therapist, seek help. If you already are, either they suck, misdiagnosed you, or you didn't tell them the truth. Your behaviors are deeply concerning, and I would have valid reasons to fear for the safety of those around you. So when you say that last part, going kind of back to what we know from the court cases before about his wife or his ex-wife, when you say you fear for the safety of those around him, do you think Ron is a violent person? Or can become violent, or what do you mean exactly by that? Or do you mean like the emotional well-being of those around him?
I think kind of all, because, as the remote incident kind of is a example of, an emotional abuse can escalate to physical abuse. Mm-hmm. It was the circumstances of, I had the remote in my hand, I was pissed off at my wife, so I hit her. That can go from remote to fist to brick to hammer to gun really quickly, depending on whatever's going on. So if Ron's in this situation, and if Ron's, say, controlling Monica behind the scenes, which I don't know, so it's kind of hard to tell with the amount of information I have.
Sure.
But if that is going on, then I would be concerned for Monica's safety. I would hope that if she needs to, she can reach out and get help. There are ways to do that, but, the level of control that Ron is exerting and needing to even exert over fucking Kiwi farmers is the problem. Like, I go on Kiwi farms, people call me shit, whatever, I might talk back or whatever, fuck with them back, but it's a anonymous board, social interactions, but when you're being hurt so badly by that,
they're low. I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound meaner than it is, but they're low value social interactions, right? Like, there isn't an interpersonal relationship like your sibling or friend or even a coworker calling you names or calling you out on something. It's an anonymous person. You have no idea what their motivations are. You have no idea. Like, they could have no investment in what they're even saying, right? They could just be trying to get under your skin, for example. So to let those encounters are on your priority system of what encounters you want to focus on managing and maintaining and assessing, those are around the bottom of the totem pole because you have no tie to the other party. So it is weird that he feels like he must exert control in that situation.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of, and another thing is with the AMA he's been doing, to Ask Me Anything, other people, because I haven't really gotten into that thread because I didn't catch up with it when it first started, so I've fallen behind. And I've been trying to stay caught up in the other ones because I've been getting my notifications blown up. So
sure, yeah.
But he's been only responding to specific ones, so he's very specific about the ones he's responding to, and none of them are pertinent. None of the questions that he's responding to actually matter. They're people who are asking actual good questions. They're being blown off. So
yeah, and that's always the problem with an AMA, is that it's almost like there could be a cool system for an AMA sometime where they would be forced to answer a question to get the next one or something, like or there was some lottery system that would for the person doing the AMA. This is all you aspiring coders out there who run forums. No. For an AMA, set up a system where people can ask all the questions they want, but for the other end user, it would only display one question at a time that they would then have to answer. That's
actually a good idea.
To get the next one, because I see that so many times on the farms. It's just so prone to derailment of the discussion that it allows a person who might be being interrogated. And where I saw this most recently is on the Dick Masterson thread with the guy George Kukzunian. People were asking questions, but then a whole bunch of other stuff would happen in between, and he could just selectively not answer things that it maybe wasn't being selective, but it sort of looked like he was avoiding certain issues that were coming up. And that, of course, is what you're describing with Ron. Look, if he has it's an ask me anything, but if an unfavorable question arises, then of course they just don't have to answer it, because it gets lost in the miasma as their shield. So anyway, well, what should we cover next? We've covered the initial post. Do we want to talk about Ron's response to you, or?
So the response, because I don't know if I have the tweets and stuff he made about come geek some and wanting to find a lawyer in the country to come geek some in, but I do have at hand where is it at here? I made a post on the 21st of April about anger control issues. That's why he was threatening to sue me. I have, see here, the depo analysis I did of Monica, of her alleged assault by Vic.
Oh, I liked that one. That one's really good.
Thank you.
Let's, what page is that on?
Let me see here.
Because I think you put it into words, but I think most anybody watching that deposition, and this is something I don't think Ron or Monica seem to understand. I think Ron and Monica have set themselves up to see their deposition videos as wholly positive. And I think that's partly because their lawyers have said they did a good job. They answered the questions the way they were supposed to. But everybody who watched those, or I shouldn't say everybody, but so many people who watched those things came out with negative impressions of both Ron and Monica from them. They just don't come across as believable or likable. But I don't think they actually see that in those depositions.
I would agree. I think Monica's almost could come off as okay. There's the few key parts of it that kind of sink it. The alleged assault by Vic, the whole DVD box thing.
That was brutal. His name was on the
heavy.
cover.
And it showed kind of, and that's one of the things that I think I point to, and it's on page 350, by the way.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll go there while you're talking.
One of the things that I kind of was wondering about is how long have they been friends, or how long has this possibly been at play? Were they actually friends and something happened? Or was it, was it always like this, or was there other?
Yeah.
Was it recent that they kind of, because to throw someone under the bus like that, it's a really big deal. And to say that you haven't been friends with them,
Yeah, that's to suggest. Well, I mean, that's to outright suggest that you were lying about it, right? Like that's to say, not only was I not friends, but I mean, because people were easily able to find video from them being friendly at a dinner together in December. And mind you, this all happened at the end of January and February. So, and beginning of February. So 6 weeks prior, they're friendly at an event, on video together, sitting next to each other at dinner. And then to go back and say, no, we haven't been, or I haven't been his friend for a long time, is to tacitly admit that you've been lying about that relationship to not only the world, but to the alleged friend, right? That's a huge thing. So is this the post on April 23rd, number 6981?
6981, yes. So this is after Ron was threatening to sue me and sue Come Geek Some. This is before he specifically replied to me on the Kiwi Farm. So this is again in April. So this is me targeting, I think, his anger. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is the
Monica one, right?
Targeting Monica because someone had asked about it. She had asked about the cameo. Someone asked about the cameo recording she did. And then I talked about how I went back and did an analysis of her deposition, part of that deposition.
Sure.
It's in the lower part of it.
Yeah. So should we just go down to that one, the lower part here?
Yeah. The upper part, I think, was just kind of briefing over some stuff about the hatred for Vic.
Yeah. So you watched the part of the deposition where she talks about the hotel thing after you watched this. Why don't you pick up on when?
Okay, so when she starts talking about Vic grabbing her, she gets upset because she stated it reminded her of being raped at 15, which I can believe is being true based on how a physical stimuli can easily recall trauma, the way she looked at Carrie, her affect, and vocal inflections. When the story pivots back to Vic, and this normally by itself is an indication of deception, but including how her voice inflection changes, how she has been through other parts of the deposition already, she averts her eyes from Carrie and she fails to make eye contact again until the part where Stan comes to the room. So if you go back to that video, she's looking at Carrie. She's upset because of what happened with her being raped at 15, and that looks genuine to me. I can take that at face value. When she doesn't make any eye contact, when her tone kind of goes flat, it's almost like a recalling of a story, like a prepared statement, you know?
Yeah. Now, playing devil's advocate against you here,
Go for it.
is it possible that that's due to her abject disdain for Vic at this point?
It would still show emotion. It would be, I would expect her to, because she didn't really cry during that. She was just a flat voice where she cried, and it did look like it brought tears to her eyes when the whole rape thing came up. And I'm not one to want to discount someone's potential assault.
No, of course not.
I had to deal with sexual assault when I was a child. I've had friends, I've had clients. It's not an easy thing to deal with, right? And it's not an easy thing to want to have to point that out. But it to me seems pretty evident. I would lean more likely than not that that didn't happen, or it didn't happen as recited. That with the story changes and the other things you put together, it has me suspicious of the event itself.
Now, I'm getting some people in the chat saying she's an actress. She can control her voice and she can put on emotions. Guys, I have to counter with the idea that she might not be a very good actress.
Even giving her a perfect, being the best voice actress there is. For this example, let's say she's the best voice actress out there. She would then have been able to, if she's recalling this assault by Vic, shown some sort of change in the tone of her voice. Her affect would have changed. And I get into this later, there's no sensory details.
Sorry, not to jump on you, but that crushed it for me. And one of the things she has lately come out and said, it was in her podcast interview that I don't think anybody outside of Weebor's people who went and looked for it listened to, because that podcast seems so terrible. But she talked about how she could describe every single corner of that. She could describe everything about that room because of the assault that happened there. But that doesn't actually pan out in the deposition or in the written stories. She doesn't accurately seem to describe anything about the room at all.
And normally, of course, it's different with each victim or each survivor, depending on the language you want to use. You may remember the room. A lot of people will, and that's why I come back to senses. You'll remember hearing certain things. You'll remember smelling things like cologne. For say women who've been raped, cologne can trigger a PTSD response decades later, just because they smelled the same cologne their attacker used.
Right.
Because it's a response that the body has built, a fight or flight response. So it smells it, it remembers the attack. So your body is now in fight or flight mode. You're freaking out. You don't know why. And it's an unfortunate thing with PTSD. And to really not hear any of those, if I'm recalling, the abuse I had when I was a kid, I can recall where I was I know where we were. I don't remember the exact details of it. I know the house I was at, and I know the room I was in. I know what the person was doing. I remember having to do certain things. I remember the sensations of that. I would recall that in my statements, but to not hear, you live by your senses. You have 5 senses. You're going to expect to hear it in a retelling, most of those. when you're lacking several key ones, especially when it's an assault, or, especially a sexual assault, there will be physical sensations and you're not feeling it. Like if you're talking about like someone kissing you, you're going to you're going to remember, or the smell of their breath, or all those different things, their beard scratching your neck or your chin, things like that. Those were not there.
What about the idea trying to just, wrap my head around this stuff. What about the idea that this allegedly happened, several years prior? She would have been at hotels and conventions with Vic, numerous times after that, right? Like she would be interacting with him several times a year, including, so much as to be quote unquote friends, and they would go to dinners and stuff like that. Should that raise triggers as well, or what do you think about that idea? I don't know if just merely being in his presence and hanging out with him and hugging him would raise triggers, but I would think it would if someone forcibly grabbed you and put you into an extremely vulnerable position that traumatized you, that the next time they come in for a hug, you might be hesitant to accept it.
I would think you would be too. And, and one of the things that people talk about with her continuing to work with him for years or whatever, I think it was a decade or almost a decade or something like that after this occurred. That is technically possible. She could have felt the inability to report it, and she could have worked, but I would still expect someone to minimize their contact with the person. It's like someone say, and this is a horrible thing to bring up. I hate talking about it, but like say a child has been sexually abused, right?
Right.
They're going to do everything they can to be away from their perpetrator, to the point where they will not shower so they smell bad.
Right, or they'll soil themselves even.
Or they'll soil themselves so that way they won't be abused. They're doing something to try and get away from it. That doesn't seem to have happened here. There was no, trying to minimize the amount of contact with him. Hey, can I do this convention instead of that one because Vic's going to be there? Or can I have my booth on the other side of the convention or something?
Right.
Or only have to do events that Funimation makes me do. You could do that. If you had to be in that situation, I would think that you could still minimize the contact, make it very bare minimum. You wouldn't call them friends for 10 years after being so traumatized by it. It's very unlikely. It's technically possible, but it's very unlikely.
Hey, I just want to do a quick shout out to Gelth Walker, who just popped in and says, "Hey, I'm still alive, kind of good, man. I hope you're doing okay." He was in a little bit of a situation earlier today, and I'm glad to hear that he's okay. So,
well, it's good to hear you're okay, Gelth.
Live, buddy. Live through it.
That too.
Okay, so moving back into this. Oh, wait, I should read. I keep bailing out on the chats here. JT Drew says, hoping you could help me out with a referral for a family law attorney in Oregon. I don't know any personally, but I'll reach out and see if I know anyone who does. Any help you could provide would be hugely appreciated. Put this toward a bottle of Smoky Islay. Will do. Thank you so much. Ninja Breadman says, hello, Nick. Who do you like more, Inquisitors, Custodians, or Space Marines? Custodians. They're hilarious. Also, for Space Marines, who are your top 3 chapters and legions? Finally, please shill the Patreon as we have live chat Wednesday coming up tomorrow. Have a great show. Let's see. I'll do this quickly. My top 3 Space Marines chapters are Thousand Suns, which I know is Chaos Scum, but we're talking Heresy era. I thought they were way OP. Ultra Smurfs, because they're funny, and Salamanders, because I like their nobility, and also Vulcan Hestan is a great character. But yes, if you want to be in on live chat Wednesday, Patreon or New Project 2 are available to join the Discord. That is at 2 p.m. tomorrow Central Time. So thank you for that. 2 more and then we'll get back to it. Ryan Mercado says, how are you doing, Ken?
Thank you. I'm okay. It's been an interesting day. been dealing with some stuff around the house, but been stuck in the house since COVID, so I've been doing like teletherapy with my clients, but it's the normal day for the most part.
Yeah, we're all stuck doing stuff at home. Might as well work on this room. The fact that Ron would file a complaint against you, Nikki, and Ty pretty much tells how sensitive and butthurt this sad, abusive soy boy is to criticism. He can't even handle mild criticism.
I would agree.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be able to take that.
If I knew it wouldn't potentially impact my job and I wouldn't get fired, I would dox myself just to have the damn complaint go through, just to read it and just to hear it. But knowing how people and businesses are these days, I'm not risking that.
No. Absolutely. I would professionally advise you against it.
That's why I'm not doing it.
Phoenix Aram says, to KJ, that's you. I was abused too, and now I run a support group for men/teens online through Discord. I want to move towards your field of work. Any advice for newcomers?
So it depends on, well, one, you were fucking awesome for doing that. Thank you for doing that. More people need support groups like that that aren't. You will be amazed at how well things like that can do. When I was going through, my graduate program to become a therapist in the first place, one of the things I learned about group therapy and one of the experiences of this, the group usually runs itself for the most part. And so the therapist is kind of just there to kind of maybe help guide there, maybe ask a couple of questions, but the group is a very cohesive unit once it starts up and gets through those first few sessions. So if you've built up a good group like that, that's fantastic. I'm glad that you're doing that. If you're wanting to get into field and do something more in the lines of working with, victims of rape or sexual assault, if you want to be an actual therapist, you can practice at the master's level. So you can become something like a licensed professional counselor, a licensed mental health counselor, licensed clinical social worker, or licensed marriage and family therapist. Those are usually like two-year master degrees, and then you have to do a period of usually 2 years of clinical hours and supervision after that, and then you're free to practice on your own. You don't need a supervisor above you to kind of oversee your work. But that's the best way to get into it if you're wanting to get into it quickly. If you care about pay in the long run, if you want to go for a doctorate, you can. You get reimbursed more money if you're billing insurance. If you do end up doing that, depending on where you go, you could get stuck doing assessments. But if you're wanting to run and do your own thing, you can definitely do it at the master's level. Get on your own, start your own practice. It's very common. You'll see 1 or 2 person practices.
He followed up and said he wants to exclusively work with men who have been sexually abused.
If you want to do that, there are very limited resources on that. If you want to work with men, you could try working, you have to get through your licensure and everything. Working at like the VA, because you're more likely to run into experiences of sexual abuse there. You could work at different agencies that get referrals from social services agencies and work with children or young adults who've been abused. You would have to, depending on your agency, they'll be fine with, like my agency, like they were like, well, what age preferences do you have? Do you have a gender preference with your clients and stuff? So depending on where you work, they'll give you some flexibility with that. But if you want to do something specific like that, then I would say get your license and then go off and do your own thing. You'll go, if you're the only thing in town, word will get out quickly, I would think.
All right, man. Very cool. Okay, so in that second video, her eyes dart to the side several times right before referencing the Me Too stuff. This normally happens when we need to perform extra cognitive functions like recalling memory or if being deceptive, to both think about the lie and create it. So while it could be innocuous, in the first video, she doesn't appear to do this with the same frequency, considering she is recalling the memory of her experience at the studio. But it looked like it was happening prior to any of her statements relating to Vic. Now, as a challenge question, could this merely be the product of coaching, in that she was coached and prepped for the deposition, even though she said she wasn't. But could that have been the thing where she had to kind of rehearse some sort of story to provide, like if we're being charitable?
It could. It depends. An actual event that you've gone through is going to be, an instant recall almost. Like if I wanted to talk about anything I've dealt with, any kind of trauma I've gone through, it's going to come up quickly. I'm going to be able to pull it up kind of like that. Even
Right.
something coached, you still have to kind of think about and go, well, we talked about this, and then this is this next step, and then, oh, well, this happened. So you still have to think about it a little bit. So you're still going to have those kind of indicators. And like I said, not specifically proof, but it's one of the pieces of the puzzle, I would say. So.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, do you want to take us home? The last three are all short paragraphs. So
Sure, I'll go for it. Cognitive psychology, a fascinating subject. In fact, one of my best papers was in my cognitive psychology class on the validity and reliability of false or recovered memories from victims of childhood sexual abuse. This is just an example of the many reasons I find her account lacking credibility. Also, for anyone who thinks I'm making this up, I can cite to plenty of papers on the subject and would have here if I wasn't on my mobile phone. I can add them if anyone cares, and no one asked for them, so I never added them.
I mean, the problem with citing above popular level material to people who aren't in the field is that it wouldn't make much difference for them.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's even reading papers I go through. I've had to write, I don't know how many damn papers. It gets to where you have to you can't read the abstract. Never just read the abstract. Oh my God. It's a pet peeve of mine. You can maybe do it when you're writing papers at the bachelor's level because you're down on time, but you have to read into the depths of the paper, and not everyone wants to do that. I want to say something that real quick.
Yeah.
Where's it at here? Spectre 06 Gaming pointed out in the chat a little bit ago that he was mentioning that he had a friend of mine at council was a veteran who was raped in Iraq, said that she couldn't go to the beach for years after because sand and sweat reminded her of the rape. Just an example of that sensational and that perception, kind of those things that can cause those trauma triggers.
Right. Okay, so you ended up interacting with Ron a little bit on the forums.
Yes, I did.
And I feel like you might want to talk about that.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe you don't.
No, I love to talk about it. Do you have specific questions you want to ask about it, or do you want me to?
I would love for you to drive that section. I mean, you talk to him, so what's important to you?
What's important to me is if I go to, because I can kind of, if you want to, I can send you the link for the post I added him in, and then his reply back to me. And
sure.
His reply back to me. So let me get you let's see here. Where is my reply link? Oops. I don't think, do I have that link? I have the reply back that Ron sent. I think that's the most important part. Yeah. I'll pick the stuff out of my, looks like it's on page 392 in that thread. I don't remember which page mine's on. I think I forgot to write that one down.
Well, but he's got yours quoted.
There you go.
So we've already got it anyway.
That works perfectly then. So let's see here. Where's Ron's reply?
It's right. It's like the third one down on 392.
Okay. Say.
So this is where you call him out for justifying his behavior.
Yes.
The personality disorder, Monica's deposition, you mentioned about that. Then, let's see, talked about victims. I'm going to explain that one away. Okay, well, let's go. Do we need to read your part of it, or should we just read his response?
I mean, honestly, I don't think it. I mean, we could, but I think his response is what matters most. Because it wouldn't matter what I said.
Yeah, because I don't think he gets to the specific aspects of it. Also, he writes like a child who has never heard of a paragraph. So
Yeah, that's a common complaint about his YouTube posts.
right. Okay, so should we watch the video?
We can. It's I think 3.5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes long.
Yeah.
But we can watch it if you. I
it's
did an analysis of the video itself too.
it's the coffee line. So why don't we do that real quick? Let me there we go. Perfect. I've got it all set up for the stream here. So, oh wait, you won't be able to see it unless I share it with you.
We can do the like they do. I know, like they do on the kill stream. They just call it timestamps if they pause or whatever.
Yeah.
If that works for you.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, we'll do it that way. So if you're ready,
1 second to pull it up.
I'll give you a 3, 2, 1 countdown.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me put this back at 0. All right. Ready when you are.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Just wanted to continue. Yes, ma'am.
It's not really a question, but it's a request.
Okay.
Can you do the Tomiki one from the coffee one?
I'm going to ask all the fathers in the room to leave right now.
Okay, pause. That's at 17 seconds. What do you make of Vic asking that question?
For dads in the room.
Yeah.
To me, and this is in my analysis, it comes off as apparently it's obvious what the premise of this joke is to everyone in the room for the most part. I'd say 80% of the people know what this line is, because the moment she mentions it, there's giggles in the room. So people know what the coffee line is. You know, I still don't really I don't watch anime, you know, so it's not my thing.
Yeah.
But I get what the line is, and I get the joke, or get the significance of it at least. So the asking for the dad in the room is kind of like, it's coming off to me as a humor thing. It's not like, well, is your dad really here? So I know whether or not I can do this, you know, because, you know, like I said in my response to him after this, you know, if it was my daughter, I mean, I don't know if I'd really want her to do it, but if it's their favorite, whatever, I might be uncomfortable, whatever. It's her decision. So
Now, do you think that Ron... Oh, I should turn the volume up on this thing. Oh my goodness.
Oh, am I low again?
No, not you. Not you. On the video.
Okay.
My mistake. Do you think that Ron like genuinely thinks that Vic is asking dads to leave the room? Like, is he incapable of comprehending the irony, or is he just trying to use it as a win?
I think it's more of a win. I don't know, because if we go back to, once we get into the actual, his response here, you know, he's talking about, you know, Vic's reputation. If someone is concerned with their reputation, why would they do something like this? You know, if you're worried about ridicule. And this to me would indicate that this specific video would be something of something you would be ashamed of, that would hurt your reputation. And I would think that most people who watch this, who understand the context of it, or even most people who don't understand it, can still pick up on the social cues and say, it seemed like a joke, especially once you get through the whole thing and get to the whole context of it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And so it kind of comes back to him really perceiving emotions, you know, and understanding social cues a bit. Because if he's really struggling to get this, to make sense of this, then that would lean me more in the direction of antisocial personality disorder.
Right.
To not really picking up on that, or specifically the sociopathy, and struggling with it really badly. If it's it could be just a win too. It's like, aha, you did something inappropriate in public. Well, no shit, I do too. I make sexual jokes, and I'm a therapist. I make self-deprecating humor too. I thrive off of humor. That's how I deal with all the shit I put up with in my day-to-day. So that doesn't make it a bad thing. It's time and place, kind of, right?
Right.
It's purely appropriate for the event that was going on. If this was the girl by herself in a room that got filmed by accident, then that would probably look a bit different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, the fact that this is in front of hundreds of people at a panel just goes against the idea that this is somehow nefarious in any sort of way. But okay, I'm gonna start it back up. We're at 17 seconds. So
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Chances are you'll kill me. Is your dad here?
No.
Thank you. Do you know your lines? Give me your hand, princess. What's your name?
Angelica.
Oh, how beautiful. Like an angel. I love angels. But Tamaki, I'm being Tamaki right now.
Okay, pause. 45 seconds.
Okay.
That was interesting to me. Okay, so first he's super gay. Vic's great, but woo boy. Seriously, Vic. This is painful. But anyway, so he says Angelica, okay, beautiful name. I love angels. But then he says I'm being Tamaki right now, right? He's being the character that he's about to play act. I just wanted to point that out because I think that's important. He's already getting into the role and he's playing the joke along. So you're saying, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying that you believe that Ron has a impairment in the ability to pick up on cues like this and to recognize them as the humor or the play acting that it is.
I would say so. Even if I'm wrong on my diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, I would still say Ron struggles with that. And that could lean towards, and I know this is going to be clipped or run with jokes, that could be almost like an autism spectrum thing, where that's a very common thing you see in the autism spectrum, is struggle with social communication is one of the two parts of diagnosing autism spectrum. You get social communication and the repetitive movements or repetitive behaviors. So that could potentially be another thing if I'm wrong on the APD.
Gotcha. Someone said that they know that I would wear Vic's gay pants. Listen, I don't wear capris. Sorry.
You wear those gay ass shorts though.
Yeah, I'll wear shorts. But Vic has got no comparison on this inseam. Those things would be at my mid shin. Poor little Vic leprechaun.
For those gay pants, he sure pulls. So
yeah. all right. Let's get back to this.
all right.
Okay.
Ready when you are.
3, 2, 1, go.
I mean, creepy. Okay, you're going to. Oh, someone's going to go back tonight. You know it. Someone in the suit. Vic Mignogna's a pervert. He's been all creepy with a girl. Am I right? She knows I'm right. Angelica, we're going to perform a line, a little scene for you from Oran High School as well. For those of you that don't know, and I'm sure there's some that don't, Oran is about a group of boys in a very prestigious rich kid school who set up a host club where they basically entertain young ladies from the school. And it's just like, serves them tea and just compliments them and just, treats them very sweet. So there's a scene in one of the, it's the first episode, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where someone brings in some instant coffee. Now, I don't know if you know or not, but rich people don't drink instant coffee. What would I know? I'm a commoner. But they don't drink instant coffee. In fact, in the show, they call it commoner's coffee. Well, Tamaki decides he wants to try it. And the girls, the rich girls that are in the club at the time are like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I should do it or not. This young lady, Angelica, is going to play the role of one of these ladies, and I'm going to play Tamaki. Ready?
I don't know if I should drink this. My father might get angry with me.
But what if I let you drink it? Angelica. You're a wonderful commenter. Ron, with the poem. Do you know there are people that go back to their Facebooks and they write, I'm a pervert. I'm serious. Big Madonna was whispering in this girl's ear.
Okay, that's there we go. So I don't know. Do you have any comments to one? How prescient of Vic. Oh, Ken, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just wasn't. Nothing was coming up.
Oh, sorry. I was just listening.
That's fine. One, how prescient of Vic to. I guess it wasn't really prescient. People were making one-off complaints about that, but he addresses it in a ludicrous manner. But what is there anything you take out of that video other than, well, maybe we should read Ron's reaction. I don't know. What do you think?
What do you think would be more interesting? My impression and then Ron's, or Ron's and then mine? Because that would be.
Oh God.
Too.
Let's do Ron's first.
Okay.
And then yours. Okay, I want to read Ron's section here. Take a moment to watch this video. Let me know your thoughts as a therapist on why a man in his 50s who is concerned with his reputation would continue to do things he knows brings public ridicule, and then years later, after hundreds of videos, online accounts, forums, now court documents, 17 affidavits, a massive 0-17 loss with a bill of nearly $500,000, still thinks he did nothing wrong. That was a long sentence. That was all one sentence.
Yeah, no, English is done.
So what do you think? What are your thoughts as a therapist as to why a man who's in his 50s, concerned with his reputation, would continue to do things he knows bring public ridicule?
Well, because are those really the things that are bringing the public ridicule for the vast majority of his, for fan base, or for the vast majority of the anime community?
Right. I think that's a fair question. Are they actually bringing ridicule? I mean, what constitutes public ridicule? I'm guessing you would say for a therapist that would be different for each person, but maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know what actually constitutes public ridicule, because if one person or even 1% of people say, what you're doing is bad, okay, does that matter in any tangible way if 99% of people actually like what you're doing?
I would say for someone in Vic's position, if what he was doing was important enough, if it was that big of a deal, it would have reflected before January of last year.
Yeah, because we know
would have bitched about it, or someone would have been like, why are you doing these lines with young female fans about drinking beverages from your mouth? I know it's from our show, but why are you doing this? It seems a little odd. It never seemed to have happened. It never stopped. So if this was affecting Funimation or Vic, it would have stopped before now. So this wasn't a concern until January of 19.
Yeah, I mean, and he quote unquote addresses it, but the way he does, it's clearly like, a couple crazy people have a crazy opinion of this, obviously taking this way out of any sort of context, ignoring the people involved. I jokingly call it cucksent, right? This person consents, that person consents. Well, I don't. It's someone who's looking in on the situation, determining that the people involved can't have their fun. And everybody is clearly in that situation. I don't know how old that girl is. It doesn't really matter, because even if she's 15, right? There's nothing nefarious happening in that scene. It's done in public. Everybody is consenting to what's going on. She clearly enjoyed the experience, right? The interaction.
Yeah, if you pay attention to her body language, I mean, she's nervous. She's standing up in front of 100 people or more with her, with a famous voice actor. She's actually got her request answered and didn't really think it would happen. So, yeah, she's a little nervous. I'd be nervous too. But she didn't appear uncomfortable. And like I said in my response, if anyone at any point thought what he was doing in that room, someone would have probably spoke up, or she could have walked away. She said, ew, or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That, it's almost like people have some agency.
I love agency. That is, I preach that to my clients. You have the ability to make decisions. Don't let anyone take that from you. You're in control of you.
Right. Okay, so we'll get on to the next thing in just a second, but I have to address there are two chats. One from Austin Heartless says, I have a question. Is it common for victims of abuse to find abusers attractive?
It's not uncommon. It depends. I guess it would depend on your specific situation. I mean, you could have people who, for example, I can, talk about someone I know who has dealt with, grew up dealing with different types of sexual abuse, and they'll go after similar figures when their sexual relationships or in their romantic relationships. Sometimes it's trying to right the wrong. Sometimes it's, this is the only thing I know, and it's just what they do. There's a lot of factors going into that. That really is something you would have to dig out and real deep, really in therapy, and really get to the bottom of it. Why are you wanting that type of relationship to begin with?
Right. And he follows up with, that's the only reason I can think of for Monica to stay with Ron.
Ow.
That's brutal, but
That burned.
Okay, and then I have two very large chats from Yun Fox. So thank you so much, Yun Fox. Sent a Streamlabs first that says, keep being awesome, Nick. And then followed it up with another large one on YouTube. It says, always love the legal fun you bring to the platform, and it feels great to support it. Stay classy, Nick, and shout out to the Big Brain panel. Well, thank you so much, Yun Fox, for the very wonderful donations. I really do appreciate it. And if you're into the Big Brain panel, at least some of them, will be on Friday. And we will be discussing all sorts of topics. So that'll be a fun show. So make sure you pop over for Friday's show and hang out with the Big Brain panel, since you seem to like them. I like them too. But yeah, if that's your cup of tea, come hang out for that show. And tomorrow will be, just as a side note here, I didn't really do this at the beginning of the show. There's a police killing, or not an officer involved killing in Minneapolis just yesterday. 4 officers to be precise, where one officer put his knee on the neck of a man who ended up dying in police custody. He kept his knee on that guy's neck throughout his consciousness and into unconsciousness. So that was great. All 4 officers have been fired, and I will have a Short Round on tomorrow. Short Round, of course, is a former police, and so he will be offering some opinions on appropriate use of force, and we'll be talking about that case and then going through other things. It was that was a very, very, in my opinion, it's I don't know how you could call anything that officer, the one with the knee on the neck specifically, what he did anything other than murder. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Short Round will help us out with some of this stuff, but it was that was a rough one.
Yeah, I've been following that too. It's a little interesting.
Yeah, that would be an interesting discussion at some point. Is to talk about the police deference bias that people have, because I think at some point it's out of control in the U.S. And just to be very clear, guys, in this case, I'm not even looking at it from a racial angle. I know it is a white officer and a black victim, and I know some people are playing that up. I don't care about the color of the people involved. I really don't. I care about the fact that a police officer, for whatever reason, killed a citizen in what looks like a completely unreasonable way. That bothers me to my core. So that's what we'll be talking about tomorrow. So Okay. Intimidator0108 says, good evening, Nick. Just wanted to let you know I DM'd you a link from my Forza Horizon 4 stream this past Sunday of my 2015 Z06 Corvette's first win with Thai beer decal design to enjoy at your leisure. Should be at the start of the race. All right, man. Thanks for doing that. I'll check it out. Okay, back to Ron here. Do you want to just trade off run-on sentences?
You forgot the smiley at the end of the sentence.
Well, it's technically after the punctuation, so I was going to let you lead with it.
Look, English doesn't matter here. Our grammar is out the window with Ron. So
yes.
So I don't know how you vocalize emojis, so we'll go smiley.
Like smiley face.
Yeah, I can't do it without a camera. Let me just dox myself real quick.
Yeah.
You can try to sound smart. Maybe you can convince a few of the people on here, but your analysis of me is weak. You are not a real licensed professional. If so, prove me wrong. Post the info here.
Smiley face.
Also, because it's still running on. Also, you choose your alt account rather uniquely. Would you care to share why?
Okay, so yeah, that of course that becomes a great joke.
Oh my god, it's the funniest thing to me.
So
I was laughing so hard when I saw that.
So he immediately goes to, you're not a real professional. You're not real. You're not a real therapist. And then of course that's he's not very good at this, but that's bait. To prove me wrong, post the info here. Well, no. I mean, no. You're welcome to do that, but I would say no. But yeah, so also you choose your alt account rather uniquely. Chose. Why would you care to share why? So why did you choose Ken Jennings?
I explained this in what ended up being a stupid long ass. I think it was almost 4,000 words. Long ass. Yeah. Listen. Stop laughing. It's not funny. I'm on the Kiwi Farms. There might be a little autism involved.
There might be. Just a hair.
My wife thinks I might have autism. I disagree. I have ADHD, so I can hyper-focus, which is what I was doing. But, when Ron did that, it bugged me a bit. And I'll say why. And I didn't care about him discrediting me. And I didn't care about, it's whatever. I don't care if anyone wants to believe me being licensed or not. That's their prerogative. You can take me if you think what I'm saying is shit. Cool. I have only had positive interactions from my clients. I love working with my populations. That's what matters to me. So if you don't like what I'm saying, that's your opinion. But what really hit me what really bugged me about it was his response and how he needed to try and get under my skin. It was a repeat of the start of the Ronversations.
Right.
It was every time he started those interactions with you, it was an attempt to get under your skin. It was an attempt to control that narrative that, he's 17-0.
You're just a gamer.
Yeah.
that was one of my favorites. But
so seeing that, it's like, and then specifically the pointing out the all account thing, it was almost like something I would expect someone with like a little bit of knowledge in psychology to do. Like they have or they've worked with people enough, and it would be a decent analysis if he wasn't like so off base. Like you could use that in like if someone's really bad with their life, they may play it up with someone else. It's online, it's whatever. Like I posted in my reply, it was like, this is like a decade ago or more. I think I was a kid or whenever Ken Jennings stuff was going on. It was really big on Jeopardy. I had heard it. I was looking for a name to make my email accounts or my user accounts. I was like, fuck it. Ken Jennings. It's easy to remember. And that was it. And I've just kind of used that in different forms over the years, and so it has really no significance, but
you just laid out enough information to dox. Now we'll go through all of the internet's old forums and find all of the Ken Jenningses and triangulate your position.
There's only like 3 of them. I guarantee you. And you'll see, if we get to it or not, you'll see in one of my posts, I keep mentioning, you can contact the licensing board in California, or I'm running my VPN to North Dakota and different shit like that to see if he'll either believe me or not. That'll be interesting. Maybe I am in California, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm in Texas. I don't know.
Ooh.
So
listen to this, guys. He thinks he's a licensed therapist, but he doesn't even know where he is.
that's, I mean, I am a mental health professional, so that's the whole mental part. So
he follows with, I know I will be forwarding the info to the real person either way, but I wouldn't mind getting your take on it. What? That's the weirdest thing. Of all things Ron has said, this is one of the most baffling. One, is he trying to flex that he would have some sort of contact with Ken Jennings?
I don't think he's flexing that. I think he's trying to do something to like leverage. It's the same thing with the doxing myself, the licensing board stuff, and wanting to, because it's like, oh, I'm going to contact Ken Jennings, and he's going to be really mad that you're impersonating him on the Kiwi Farms. Like, he probably doesn't give a shit. He's a major public figure from his time on Jeopardy. I'm sure he deals with this shit all the time. He won like, what is it, like $5.5 million off of Jeopardy. He don't care about this at all. So,
yeah, it's a really weird one. I can't figure it out.
It's definitely interesting.
My guess. Oh shoot, you're supposed to go there. Sorry.
Okay, I'll go. My guess. You have been bullied in the past to the point you don't like who you are. Cognitive dissonance has set in, and now you are not sure what or who you really want to be.
So is that? Sorry, is that an accurate assessment of you?
Oh my God. The first part, yes. The rest of it, absolutely not. I was bullied in middle and high school. Like I said before, and it's interesting because I think in my one post about, the reply he made, I talked about, dealing with abuse when I was a kid and dealing with victims of abuse. And so, like, his dismissiveness is like, well, Monica's abuse matter, but yours isn't. So someone pointed out it was kind of like he's taking the piss of my own stuff I've dealt with. He's almost like he's making fun of me being bullied, like it's a funny thing. Like, oh, you were bullied, so you have to pretend to be some famous guy to make yourself feel better.
I think Ron is and was a bully. Like, when he talks about it, right? He talks about his aggressive response was a learned behavior. He minimizes why he's a bully, but I think he tacitly admits that he is. And he's certainly a bully in domestic situations, or at least was at some point. But do you think that he, as a bully, has contempt for the bullied?
It's possible. I guess it would depend on, and again, like I said in my one statement about, not being my client, so I'm working off limited information. Without some of this, it's hard to make very definitive observations. But with what I have, either way, I think it would still come back to the control aspect of it. It's still him needing control over what's going on, and for him, this is simply a way to get to it, and it's pulling off the things he knows enough about. He's dealt with bullies, or he's bullied enough to be able to pull to that as a quick source of information for this post.
Sure. I think Judge Chupp was an alpha, was a bully, and I think that Judge Chupp actually hates Lemoyne's existence. I'm not even joking.
I think the stuff he did, and if I would have loved to have been in that courtroom, it sounded like what Lemoyne did was nothing but irritating.
Yeah.
To Chupp. Every motion, like giant ass filings and stuff like.
And Chupp is a youngish judge. He's in his like mid 40s to early 50s, but he's a relatively handsome guy. He's successful. He's quick-witted or quick spoken. I don't think he's particularly good in this case. I don't know about other cases, but I know that, you know, just being a judge, people automatically give him a lot of deference. I genuinely think that he was annoyed by Lemoyne's breathing and stupid face.
So here's a counter to that then, and this is kind of on the Ron and Monica side is that the judge taking a problem with his disabilities and giving him a negative output on the case. You know, is it negatively impacting his side? You know, because of the way the rulings were done, on the way the awards were done, he could have structured that a little bit better so it wasn't easy to, you know, appeal. He didn't.
Yeah, he could have done a lot of things. I think he did structure his fee awards in a way that's hard to appeal. I do think he did that. But yeah, the rest of it, I mean, he could have done stuff. He ignored their request for clarification on the rulings.
That was a little ballsy, I think.
Now he doesn't legally owe it to them. Which was something, upon doing some research, the type of ruling that he did at the pretrial hearing, he didn't need to issue an opinion. He didn't have to do that. So it was kind of interesting legal point, but he also didn't, there's nothing saying he couldn't do one either. He certainly could. They requested it and he could have honored the request, or he could have just responded that I don't have to. And he didn't do either. He just ignored it completely. But it was mostly just the way he handled when Lemoyne was talking. When he starts off, Your Honor, this thing is a dumpster fire. He's like, can you please just get to your argument? Okay, well, I want to talk about my affirmative defense at Section 230. And he's like, I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about this. Just get to your argument. It was very interesting because he listened to Sam Johnson. He listened to Kermit the Frog, but he did not listen to Jay Sean. It was great. I found that interesting, and I wonder if he just hates the perceived weakness or disability. But that's just me pontificating.
I mean, I think, you know, like, I feel bad for what he's had to deal with, but the way he's handled the case, I think he's more than earned the way you've handled that.
Yeah. Well, I think my assessment of Lemoyne is I bet he was an asshole before he got his lungs riddled by lung aids.
Yeah, I guarantee.
That's not a symptom of West Nile. East Nile, maybe. Okay, so back to this.
Where was I next? Or
no, this one's me. Okay. I'm not a therapist or have any formal training on the matter, but my guess is that you might have had some education, but didn't quite follow through in the process. So you ended up the thing you heard many call you in the past, and that is sad. What? Okay, so what thing many called you in the past?
So this basically means that, to my understanding of it, and I think I'm mostly right on this, is that he thinks that I had maybe started to pursue an education in becoming a therapist,
right?
And for some reason didn't finish it, kicked out or failed out, whatever. And so because people would call me a therapist, I like hearing that, and so I play that role up on the farms or whatever.
Oh, okay. So that's
and so he's calling that sad. That's
true then. You dropped out of school at the last minute and didn't actually pass your education, right?
Yeah, we'll call that true, I guess. What the hell's the truth anymore, anyway?
This is a weird one. I mean, again, it's the minimalization, but he flat out says that he's not a therapist, nor does he have any formal training on the matter. So he disqualifies himself from his ability to assess it, right? If you're not an expert, it's hard to assess the credentials of an actual expert.
Look, I'm not an expert witness, but I could be your expert witness for this, you know.
Yeah.
It's basically what he's doing.
Right. That's a weird one.
It goes back, it's a way for him to at least if I'm not lying and I do have something to kind of back me up, that, because I speak with enough terms or I'm using the right language, that it gives me enough credence that I have done at least some education in the field, that he could attack me in that direction. So he can't outright dismiss me as not being a therapist. So he can at least say, well, you never finished school. And it kind of comes back to dismissiveness and minimizing me. So.
Okay, so you want to wrap up with that last line there?
Yes, but I will applaud you for sounds marginally intelligent and give you a 3 out of 10 for your analysis. Smiley face.
Oh, that's brutal. That's he is.
I mean, I graduated with like a 3.52 GPA or something. I don't know
out of 10.
Out of 10. So he was slightly wrong. Give me my half a point, Ron.
So that's, yeah, I don't know. Again, Ron has of course called me a bad or fake attorney or whatever numerous times as well. So I tried to minimize whichever, my professional experience and stuff like that based on his I guess his vast amounts of knowledge. But it's an interesting thing how it goes back to what we were saying at the beginning. He minimizes his opponent very quickly. Was there anything else interesting in this post, or should we get to your response, or what do you want to?
I mean, his talk about cucks and bulls at the bottom is kind of funny.
That's
that's
true. Yeah, so he says, so someone says, I think the only reason Ron is so mad as Vic is because when Vic was banging Monica in that hotel room, he didn't get to clean up the spunk with his mouth, which is, whew, gross. And yeah, no, don't do it. He says, Vic's the wrong color. Ron says, that is gross, but makes me wonder why you are all obsessed with cucks, bulls, and all that. No kink shame here, but what is with it? What is with it? All this alpha Chad talk coming from a groups who seems well versed in things that do not see very alpha or Chad to me. I get kind of what he's saying here, but I don't know. Does he not? Maybe he doesn't understand he's being insulted. Like in that's honestly just the end of it, right?
I feel it's almost like he's because one, it's pointing to saying that the constant references to cuck and Chad, it comes back to a power struggle. So the alpha and the lesser. So it's like like parent-child. So the parent has the authority over the child, where you don't want a relationship like that. So the relationship is, the bull and the cuck, or the alpha and the cuck. And so using that in the language is trying to it could come off as making yourself feel or boosting your self-confidence or self-worth. If you're really not kind of like he's minimizing me for, potentially not finishing my education. He's minimizing others, saying, well, you have to refer to alphas and cucks so much. So, that must be a point of, you must have a problem with that. Or you must be,
Does he get the irony of his own assessment? Right?
I don't think so.
Because I mean, you see it, right? Like if he has some, we'll call it obsessive tendencies on how he addresses people, and so he's saying you guys keep talking about being alphas, chads, and all that stuff, which means you're the opposite. But Ron consistently says he's not an abuser, he's better, he's the good. So wouldn't that necessarily make him the bad? Like that, if it's the converse of what you profess, is he not? Am I reading too much into that?
Well, it depends. I guess you could read into it. I mean, you can read into everything. Like one example, I had a client once. I started the session out by playing chess with them, and they were like, "Well, you want to be white or black?" And I said, well, you pick for me. And so I think he picked white or something. And so we spent like 5 minutes or so going into, why did you pick white for me to start with? Why did you pick me for white? Why did you want me to go first? did you want the tactical advantage? Like, you can dive into anything.
Sure.
You can psychoanalyze the shit out of everything. It's about what actually matters from it. And you can gain bits and pieces out of it, So there could be useful bits in that. It could just be him like, why the fuck are you guys talking about this gay shit all the time? Like, it really depends.
But he has to programmatically not call it gay shit, right? Like he steps out of no kink shame here. But first of all, he doesn't actually kink shame in any way.
I think it could come, like, if you read it the wrong way, it could come off as kink shaming potentially.
I guess. I think you have to be. I think you have to be programmed to be a Karen to take it that way. And I'm being deferential to Ron here. I don't think his first statement was kink shamey at all. That is gross about cleaning up spunk with his mouth or whatever. Makes me wonder why you are all obsessed with cucks, bulls, and all that. I don't see it as a kink shame unless I'm automatically determining that everything is kink shaming. But I
think it's because saying that, if for example, if someone, does get sexual gratification out of doing that, and that's their thing. I mean, for me, go for it. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want, as long as it's not illegal. That's my rule.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. I don't care. So, him saying it's gross, he's potentially worried about offending someone who may be a cuck or bull or something like that.
Now, why? I mean, he's clearly not worried about offending you, right?
Oh, obviously.
He's not worried about offending me, and he's not worried about offending many people. Why does he?
Because that's the community. So.
Because that's the community he's from, right? Like, it's the Karen.
I don't want to say virtue signal, but it's it's with. So if you would let's group Ron with, say, Law Twitter and all of KickVic. Let's just group them together for one moment.
Sure.
That's the kind of thing I would expect from people in that arena, right? So if he, for example, skipped that kink, I'm not kink shaming, just pointing it out. Someone could potentially come in and say, well, why were you kink shaming these people on the Kiwi Farms? It's unlikely to happen, but it's kind of like a covering your bases thing for your crowd.
Yeah. I think it's consistent with the community that he's now, at least now, like, that's where they have gone, right? That's where Monica and Jamie, Dominique Sky, all these players have decided to be, quote, against the incels. Which means they have to go hard left social justice or whatever it is. I'm going to just say they've gone full Karen. They have to go the full Karen. And so with that comes apologizing when there's even a perceived possibility of offense, I guess.
Yeah. And that's something in my field. A lot of my field, mental health is in my specific one I'm licensed in. It's very progressive normally politically, and you see a lot of things like based in social justice and stuff like that. And so for me, being opposite of that, going through like school and stuff was a little awkward, but it did give me insight to it. And I don't discriminate against anyone, obviously, but sure. It lets me see both sides of it too, because I got to see the other side.
I do discriminate against people, but only if their name is Ron.
There you go.
Which is hard for some Rons to deal with, and it's a shame that they get lumped in with the rest of them. But okay, so where do we go from here, Ken?
So we could go into either my autistic level response that I made back to that. I'll just admit to it, or we can go into the whole ethical standards and comments he was making on YouTube about this post and things related to it. I guess it depends. I'm good for time, so if you're cool, whatevever's good for you.
Well, I think we should probably do one more good segment and then wrap it up.
Okay.
Because we're already at 1 a.m. my time, so it goes quick. But
it does, man. It does.
So he does say what attachment is this? Oh, is this me licking his face? That's good.
I forgot forgot about that.
Excellently gift, whoever did that. I always
should have been his avatar personally.
What was that?
I think he should have taken it for the avatar.
I think he should too.
It would have poked fun at you, because then he could have been like, "Well, this gross guy licked my face on a cardboard cutout." Like, he could have poked fun at you for that.
He should have. That's why I did it.
It's a good thing to put. I mean, I would make fun of you for it if you did it to me.
Yeah, it's the exchange. That's the back and forth. That's the fun.
He's missing that too, and I think if he paid a little bit more attention, he could actually win a conversation with you. And that's not demeaning you and saying you're bad at, like, I mean, you're a lawyer, so you're arguing, but he could do it. He knows your weak spots. He's just not playing them right.
What would happen is if, I'll have to tell you about this. I wanted to show you this, but I can't because his Twitter got nuked. He was trying a new tactic with me before the end, before we lost him. And that was, he started just sending me things that he liked that I did.
Really?
Yes. Like, completely out of the blue, I did some video and he liked the video. And he's like, "That was a really good video that you did. I agree with you." And then he started agreeing with me on homeschooling and saying how I know lots of homeschoolers and none of them are racist. I was like, well, that's a weird thing to say, but okay. But it was after I had talked about the Harvard professor who wanted to end homeschooling because it bred racism and child abuse and all that stuff. So like he started trying to identify positively with me. And I didn't quite know, which I think this is what you're getting at. I didn't quite know how to respond. So I had started trying to formulate responses. My goal with Ron was simple: elicit as much conversation as possible.
That's what you want to do.
Yeah, that's that. I just wanted him to talk. And that was that. So what I was trying to do is respond in a way. I kind of know I think I know what he was after. But I was trying to just respond in a way to keep him talking without giving him exactly what he wanted out of the conversation. But I think that's what you're indicating, is that had he been careful and tactically approached the conversation, he could have come out with something that he wanted. But he was being so low effort on it, and I think it was because he was reacting. I think
it was a reaction,
right?
If it was a quality like shit post, kind of level thing, I think that's different. But his almost, I don't know, remember like the timestamps on it, if it was like within a few hours of a post or however that worked. But if it was pretty close in time, then it was most likely a reaction, and maybe he had time to seethe over it or something, maybe a couple hours, and then responded.
Oh, it was always like, well, the first one that started it was after my really drunk ranting stream about Vic not being more public and all of that stuff. And he messaged me with, "Hi, you're just a lame gamer," or whatever, at like 7:30 in the morning. So all that stuff happened at like 3-4 in the morning.
Yeah, so it was within a few hours.
Yeah, and it was probably likely right after he had gotten up and gotten ready for the day. And
seen it or something.
I'm guessing he had gotten a bunch of DMs about it or something like that. People alerted him to it. So then he checked it out very quickly, watched some clips that got circulated around, and then immediately, like, the amount of turnaround time. Oh my God, that was loud. I'm sorry. What the fuck? I hate Windows notifications. The amount of turnaround time was so minimal from him seeing what happened to having to get the conversation to me, which is dumb because people who follow me even moderately know I'm not awake before noon on most days, because I do this show so damn late. So there's no purpose in messaging me at 7:30 a.m. Like, you could take those next 4 hours and create a crafty response, but he didn't do that at all.
No, he needs to let you know as soon as possible that you're just a lame gamer.
Yeah.
And it became clear, I think it was maybe the second or third one, that there was more than one end goal with the purpose of the Ronversations. That he was trying to get information out of you, and it was very clear. He was trying to get you to bury Vic with information or talk about the case. He would like try to upset you and then talk about specific things related to the case. So he was trying to get at you, and you would not buy into it. I don't think I remember you buying into it much.
No, it was so obvious.
Yeah, it became very obvious. And so I don't think it was Lemoyne driving at any point. I didn't seem like it based on the patterns of his text and just how he's responded. Now it may have been directed, don't know, just a speculation.
Yeah.
But he was trying to get you to admit to fault, or to admitting that you screwed Vic over, or that you screwed the case up, or whatever. Another way to minimize you, and that they're better, and that they won, and they're getting $500,000. They're getting the GoFundMe, all of the normal stuff. But I think he misplayed his hand. He had a perfect avenue in, and I think for even your average person, they would see that, even if they wouldn't win, because you're a lawyer and you might have more experience in debate, whatever. They would still try to do it, I think, in a more subtle way. If I was doing it, I would lure you into a positive conversation. I would try to engage you and try and give you a little bit what you were wanting from me, because you've wanted Ron to talk to you a little bit the whole time, sort of, and he's never really done that until now. I would not have gotten aggressive. I'd have let you put your defenses down a bit before actually striking.
Yeah, I think he would have gotten further, depending on what mood I was in. I think he would have had a better shot if he had tried to minimize the amount of blame he laid on me, and say, try and blame other people, or try and say, you're maybe thinking in the right way, but other people, this got out of hand. Something like that would have been an approach I would have maybe taken with me.
Yeah, if he was willing to accept some responsibility, like actual responsibility for what had happened, not this vague, faux type of, I'm a changed person, I'm better at these things, then yes, that would have worked. But he couldn't do it. He could never accept any of this responsibility. He's going back and forth between responding to me and saying he's a changed person in one thing, and then he's attacking people in another, and using the same aggressive tactics that go back 8 years to his abusive relationship. So where's, you're showing that you're still impacted by this. You haven't really changed that behavior. Now, it may not be as bad, but it's still enough that you have to respond to anonymous people on the internet. You're bothered so much by the fact that a therapist comments on your behavior, you freak the fuck out and want to sue him. Even though you don't know where he is, you want to report him, you want to get him fired, which, you were fine with people calling you a pedophile online in your deposition, but now you're not fine with me pointing out, I want to help you, and I'm just pointing out different facts that have been observed throughout the last, year and a half almost. So
yeah, it's a weird thing. And yeah, I get why they're angry with me, right? Like that's,
they have good reason, I would say, in certain ways.
Yeah. They have plenty of reason to be angry with me. What I don't get, and this goes both before and after my involvement in any way, is how angry they were with everybody. I mean, immediate visceral reactions. Monica's immediate step to thanks, I'm sending this to my lawyer and to the police, or whatever. It's like, Jesus, it's a tweet. They just disagreed with you.
Yeah, that was interesting at the time.
Yeah, it's that stuff. And Ron, of course, like, it was just lash after lash after lash. That's what I don't get, because at the end of the day, these people are just people on Twitter, and they were winning. I mean, Monica's posts Jamie Margie's post had thousands and thousands and thousands of likes. The Han Leia post had thousands of likes. Mars Girls post had thousands of likes. They were winning the narrative. They were controlling it. And I think by their negative reactions, they actually jeopardized that. Or they ended up ruining it. I mean,
I think that's not too far off base.
Yeah, it was weird.
Well, they kind of did a thing where, and I would say if I had to kind of go back and think about it, any kind of opposition like that had a chance to upset the momentum they were getting, because they were on a roll. They were doing great. But if some people start coming in and start talking about, well, this may not have happened, or Vic's a good guy, they have to attack that, because in their mind that they're seeing that as the opposition. If they don't address it, then it has a chance to gain root and actually grow into something that would stand against them. Sadly, they ended up being their own worst enemy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think they give me too much credit, but I'll take it. Okay, so should we do your response that you have labeled expertly in your expert opinion as autistic?
Yeah, we can do that.
What page?
I need to find that. Oh, here we go. I think it's on 407. I even put in my notes, too much to copy, just fucking use the link.
Real quick, I want to address this post from Ron where you had a little back and forth with him because he was talking about the Mountain Trump's chosen people. Melinda Scott.
God, I forgot about that.
Because Ron said that the kiwi farms had been taken all the way to the Supreme Court, which is categorically untrue. The Supreme Court denied hearing the case. Like it's definitely not going to the Supreme Court. That's amazing. Yeah. So this is the level of Ron. I thought you were all detectives. Yeah. Ron, they know what you're talking about and you don't. That was embarrassing for him.
Yeah, that was it. That was funny because it was clearly a denial of cert by the Supreme Court. You have to read past the fact that it's just a filing with the Supreme Court. You have to actually read the filing and the responses. Come on. Okay,
I'm looking for your response to him.
I think it's further down the page.
Nick Rekieta sucks goats from one hand clapping. Rude.
I forgot that part.
What is this? I thought I controlled the kiwi farms.
No, that's Matt Jarbo.
Oh, who controls the kiwi farms? Oh,
yeah, he owns the kiwi farm. So
I thought you were saying that poster was.
No.
Where is this? Okay, so here's the
8162 is the post number.
8162?
8126, I'm sorry.
8126. That's a ways up here. So that's going to be what? 400.
It's a lot of spoiler tag. I have a lot of spoilers because there's just so much text. So it looks like a short post, but it's in spoilers. Once you open it up, it's actually really long.
Oh, I don't think I've read this one.
Oh, it's long.
Well, I mean, I've heard people brag about how long it is before.
So
8162 or 8126?
8126 on page 407, I believe. It's one.
Okay, yeah.
It's like the sixth one down from the top on
407. Here we go. Okay, so you've got his thing. Spoiler potato microphone incident. Oh no.
Yeah. If you look to the left, you can see my tag underneath my name. Won $5.5 million on Jeopardy, but can't afford a mic.
Yeah, very good.
So I'm frugal with my money, my winnings,
Okay, so we can probably skip that little bit there. So you've broken this up into sections marked off. All right, Ron, I hope you've been well. Like I stated, I'm responding to your reply to my post. Sorry, it is a few days late. Life happened. It took quite a while to draft this all up, analyze video, and all the other stuff I did in relation to this. First of all, let me just chastise you for doing probably way more work than Ron deserves.
Yeah, it's definitely more than he deserves. It wasn't for him.
Okay.
It was one for my own personal desire to do it. I had the free time, sort of. I mean, I stay up late anyway watching your show half the time. So it was whatever. And I didn't care. And it was interesting kind of thought experiment anyway. So
Yeah, of course. It's fun.
Oh, yeah, I love doing this stuff. It's why I like the field.
All right, why don't you hit us off with this Vic video analysis? So this is you going through. I mean, we just kind of did this, but
yeah. So I think the only thing that we could probably pull from it if you want. I think we kind of hit on most of it.
I like what you say here. Reciting a line that was inappropriate doesn't make the interaction itself inappropriate, because that's the whole point of the line, is that it's an inappropriate interaction.
That's the joke. That's literally the joke.
That's the joke in the show and out of the show, and why people request it is because it's the that's an official, that's a therapy term, is it's the like that.
Oh, I've used things like that, so it's actually probably not far off from technical.
Oh, let me read these two chats. Sorry. Atsuma99 says, "Hey, Nick, been waiting to ask this for a while, but how different do you think Vic's case would be if TCPA wasn't involved?" Oh, I mean, horrifically different in a good way for Vic. If there were no TCPA, discovery would still go on, and they wouldn't have had this weird hearing. They would have had to have overcome a regular motion to dismiss, and things wouldn't have been so muddy.
So let me ask you an interesting question with that, if I may.
Yeah, ask whatever.
How would so think about this from the opposite side. How would not having the TCPA actually hurt Vic by going the regular way? Just thinking about from the opposite side.
So if they would have decided not to file a TCPA, is what you're saying?
Or if there was no TCPA anyway, so they just go through it, how would it hurt Vic more than help, potentially, from the legal side?
I mean, the only way it hurts Vic is if there's something in discovery that comes out that's bad about Vic. And which is what they tried to do with the deposition, right? The point of the deposition was to do Vic man bad. He hired a prostitute at some point. And I hope everybody notices that they conflate his hiring of a prostitute at some point to he hired a prostitute while he was with Michelle Specht, which actually is not the timeline, if I remember correctly. And they try to make it out as some like frequent thing that he did. So they want to bring that up. They wanted to paint him as negatively as possible on his sexual encounters. Unfortunately for them, it gave him some really good moments to say, you know what? Yeah, that's something I did, but that's not. And then the follow-up questions were, isn't there a family that helps you arrange these encounters? It's like, well, no, and so they're clearly like rumor reaching on some of this stuff. Or my favorite was, well, wouldn't you agree that you go to conventions to have sexual encounters? And he says, no, I really don't do that at conventions. And then they said, the follow-up from Lemoyne was, well, where do you do it? And he said, wherever I choose. And that was a great answer, and it was a great possibility. But I think the idea of if there were no TCPA, discovery continues. How is that bad for Vic? The only way it ends up being bad for Vic is if there's some sort of skeleton in the closet that they're able to find through discovery. Unfortunately for them, I don't think there really is anything out there. I think they literally blew their wad on the very minimal accusations, and just by overhyping the fact that he hugged some people at a convention.
That's like the hardest thing for me to kind of like. If I were to be offended by anything out of this whole thing, it's equating like sexual assault and rape to hugs because they were not consented. Like, I've heard some really horrible things doing what I do. Mm-hmm. And I've heard, I've had friends deal with horrible things.
Me too, fam.
And you dealt with it in your legal career, having to deal with that one case that you mentioned not too long ago.
Yeah.
That one was pretty, rough.
Yeah, I get to deal with various types of abuse. Criminal defense, and then I sometimes do family law for friends or relatives, and I hate it, so I try not to. But yeah, physical and sexual abuse comes up in court quite often.
To equate, hugs or this, coffee line to being on par with that, I think is one of the most offensive things you could do to actual victims of sexual abuse.
Well, I mean, yeah, to take the case I think you're referring to consider a minor female who is impregnated by her own dad as something that's even in the same, quote Samuel L. Jackson, right? Like, it's not in the same ballpark. It's not the same thing. It's not even the same fucking sport, right? It's so vastly different to say that hugging someone, even without express consent or is anywhere in the same league as a sexually penetrative assault is crazy talk. Like, absolute crazy talk to me.
Even non-penetrative, even fondling, that's still, because that could be something horrific over years, and it never ends up going that far, but it's still a horrible type of abuse. But a hug, like, to me, see, the people who were supposedly hurt by these non-consensual hugs, to me, seem to have more deep-seated problems at play here. And that's not to hurt, not to make fun of them or poke fun at them.
No.
But if you were legitimately hurt by a hug this bad, there's other shit going on.
Right. And I find I have a hard time accepting that someone who is able to be legitimately hurt by a hug is comfortable in the social setting of a anime convention, and specifically in waiting in line crammed in next to 200 other people for say an hour to go get said hug. Like, if, to me, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but it just seems like if a hug is such an egregious breach of your person, that standing shoulder to shoulder with people for an hour would be so wildly uncomfortable that it would make it hard to do.
So it could be uncomfortable, like standing, let's use an example. Say someone who was abused and they don't like physical touch from strangers because a stranger was their assault or abuser or whatever. So they can kind of deal with public situations. They don't really like being close to people, but that touch that you're not expecting is kind of the problem. If I'm the person, I understand that this is something that bothers me. When I approach someone like Vic, if it was me, I would, I normally have a problem with hugs. If we could do this some other way, you could briefly just be like, I apologize, I just don't like doing hugs. I have, personal reasons. I don't think someone like Vic or anyone else is going to care. They'll take them. You're a fan, you're coming to get an autograph. You can easily respond to that.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. I would have a hard time believing that anybody who has a fan, and even if you're callous and just an asshole and think that that's a dollar sign walking up to you, would have any negative reaction or any hesitation in not hugging someone who displayed even the slightest amount of, backing away, right? Like, the idea that they would aggressively force a hug on someone is lunacy.
Yeah, and that's where the part of these details break down. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to what you would expect from an assault or some kind of inappropriate touch or things like that. So anyway, I'll stop.
No, it's all good stuff, man. Okay, so so the video analysis, you're saying there anything we might want to point out?
I think we hit most of it.
Yeah, I think so too. So let's minimize that one and go to the next section.
Okay.
Responding to his reply.
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to take the reins on this first paragraph?
Sure. So replying to the first part of his message. So I said, my goal here isn't to sound smart or even convince anyone about my analysis of you. It's simply my understanding of you and your behavior based on your actions over the last year. Also interesting that you'll ask me to dox myself to prove my experience and background. I'm considering getting verified, but the risk of having someone like you or other people call my place of employment or licensing board because you take issue with my opinions is something I have to consider. Regardless, I am not one of the only persons who has pointed out the same pattern of behaviors or contradictions in your actions. You don't have to believe me, nor does anyone else on this forum have to. Seriously, Ron, I'm not here to ruin your reputation or to make you out to be some kind of monster. Sure, I may poke fun at certain things, but that doesn't change the fact that overall, I want you to get the help you need. You can believe me or not, that is your prerogative.
I want to point out that I think Ron is a monster. No, I'm just kidding. I think he is, but I think monster's the wrong term for it.
I think you could, the right kind of synonym for it based on his history and his continued abuse through control and that emotional abuse potentially on other people. I could see where that term would come up. Again, yeah. I don't like, dealing in those kind of terms usually. Even for someone like Ron, who I do seriously want him to get help. I would be happy to drop anything I'm doing to help Ron if he wants to get the help.
The thing with Ron is, I think monster is a convenient way to say it, but I don't think it's accurate because I think he's reactionary, and that is the opposite of a monster in a way. Monsters are aggressive at the onset; they're proactive, and he's more reactive. But once that reactive tendency kicks in, his ability or his need to control kind of takes over. It's like that's the trigger he needs. He needs the instigating action, but once it happens, he becomes the monster for that particular person, or for that particular subject. I think that's a more accurate way to say it. I just don't know any other way. I also think that calling him a monster bothers him, which is why I do it. Because again, and I'm sure your assessment of me will take that into consideration.
Well, and you do this with Preston, you do this with other people. One, you're an entertainer, so you have to factor that in too. But excluding that, people will respond. It's a way to kind of get that response. If you say someone's this or someone's that, it's going to make them respond to you. It's going to give you kind of a comedy value. It could be viewed by some, depending on how it's done, as bullying or as some kind of behavior like that. Again, it depends on the behavior and context. I think most of the time you do it in ways that would be, I'd say, more appropriate than, say, specifically something like targeted harassment or bullying. Again, it depends. It would really depend on each situation and going back and looking at them. But
I can't wait for your assessment to come in so I can try and dox you and report you.
I'll make sure to give you my address and everything. Just don't give it to Ron is my only question. Just so he can't report me to the main board for licensing. So,
I will report you to the electrical board.
Oh shit. That's
okay. So this is your response about the Ken Jennings things. Ken Jennings name. I chose Ken Jennings at random one day many years ago as a throwaway for some random forum because I had heard or seen his name on TV or on the internet related to his time on Jeopardy. Plus, it's a simple name and easy to remember from making emails and accounts. So that works too. You can forward the info to the real person. If they care, that is up to them. I don't see why you would find that necessary, but you do you. That's the question I think everybody had to be asking at that point is, why the hell would you even mention forwarding it to the real Ken Jennings? Because if Ken cared, that would be a weird thing for Ken to do.
That would be the best arc in this so much.
Could you imagine?
God, I would die.
If Null got a formal complaint from Ken Jennings on the Kiwi farm saying, you need to take down this impersonator impersonating me. Oh my God.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for Ron to email him and to get some sort of response somehow.
Oh God. We can only dream.
Hopefully that will happen. I'm praying that will happen.
Yeah. Oh shoot. I completely biffed the rest of this chat after the TCPA thing.
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No. It's my fault. Also, what are your thoughts on the Johnny Depp situation? Seems similar to Vic's. I mean, it's a bit different. It's within a divorce, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. But I haven't. I mean, I have not really followed the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation outside of the periphery. I don't know why. I should, but it's just all at the same time. I'm just not super engaged in it.
I followed it decently. It's kind of fucky, kind of what, to put it bluntly.
I mean, I hate celebrities.
Yeah, I like Johnny Depp because he uses his character from Pirates in kind of like a good way, going to children's hospitals and stuff. Like, as far as his anything else, I'll give him credit for that, and that's a pretty nice thing to do, to be able to, for kids who are going through really tough shit. Like I said, I work with kids, so soft spot, but.
Right. Yeah, and I don't have any problem with Johnny Depp, but like celebrity news. Now, e-celebrity news I cover a lot, or e-celebrity drama, specifically if I think it's going to be legal drama. But like celebrity drama, I don't know. It just, I don't care about them that much. They're barely people. So I don't know. What do you guys think about it? I know people have wanted me to do like a deep dive into it, and maybe I will at some point. But I heard on the Kiwi farms that deep dives are calling for harassment. So I don't want to call for harassment on Johnny Depp.
It's like you're trying to harass Johnny Depp if I had to give my professional opinion.
Perception Check says, it's interesting that Ron throws, "I don't think you finished your degree," to discredit his opponent, where Ron did not actually finish his own degree.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about that.
Yeah, projection, question mark.
A little bit. Ron tries to project his own inadequacies on other people. The bullying. He's bullied. He's responded with aggression in his interactions, and he lays on other people. His failures of education, he's laying on other people. It's clear that he's got his own self-esteem problems somehow, and he's just not addressing them in the right ways, if I had to kind of guess from the information I have. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, right? Like the idea that I'm ashamed about this about me, so if I use this against someone else, then they'll be similarly ashamed. Because I take you at your word that you actually are a licensed therapist with an advanced degree and all that stuff. I have no problem believing that. The way you talk seems convincing enough. So either you did the work or you did enough work to lie about it well, and that's fine. But it's interesting because the people that I do know who didn't finish degrees but still ended up being accomplished aren't ashamed that they didn't finish their degree. Like, for example, my dad did not finish his college education because he ended up getting a job that would later require a college education, but he got it without having to have one, and then persisted in that line of work for the next 35 years and did very well in it. So I don't think my dad is in any way ashamed of not finishing out a 4-year degree that wouldn't have done him any good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I ironically never intended to go to college. I ended up joining the military and spent about 4 years in the military. And when I got in, I joined the military because I don't want to do college. I'm just going to do the military, do 20 years and get out. And I joined, and they're like, "Well, you need to do college." And I'm like, "Fuck!" So I had to start doing college.
Right.
And I got out, and I was like, I clept a ton of shit. So I basically skipped 2 years of my degree. And so I got out and had a year left. So I finished, and I was like, "Well, fuck! I need to do something because I'm out now." And I was like, "Well, my therapist was a master's therapist, so I can go do that. I like working with people. I like helping people. It's something I can do with, I have some physical limitations due to injuries in the military. So I can do that without, I can sit at a desk or I can sit at a chair all day or whatever, talking to people or go to people's homes and sit with them or whatever."
Sure.
So.
Yeah, it's the thing that I find interesting is like the people that I know who didn't finish school aren't typically ashamed of it if they're otherwise accomplished. So I don't know why Ron would try and put that onto someone as a point of shame.
But only a third of people go to college anyway. So
right.
It's not a bad thing to not go to college. I mean, some people make more money than I do, and they don't have a college degree at all because of their field.
Yeah, I think most billionaires either don't have a college degree or don't have an advanced degree.
Yeah, I think that's not far off.
It's pretty crazy. Oh, someone's asking if you have 300 confirmed kills.
Yes.
Okay, good.
On the Kiwi farms.
We just want to make sure we're talking to a true expert.
I think I've beaten Ron more than 300 times to death. So, well, if you missed it, one of my posts, I talk about how I had to kill my potato mic with my remote, and someone asked for pics. And so I'm not posting evidence of a crime on the Kiwi farms of the remains of my once said mic. So sorry about that.
No, definitely don't do that. Okay, and then finally, before we get back into it, Mithran Emrys says, respect Ken for taking even Ron's attempted dig seriously and answering him honestly. Ironically, I think your calm responses trigger him as much as Nick's mocking. I hope Nick has you back, even for not Ron stuff. Well, yeah, I'd be happy to.
No,
Especially,
I love your show. So.
Well, now that your mic doesn't sound like I'm dying.
Sorry about. Someone said it was like inside of a washing machine or something. I don't remember.
Well, it's the hard thing for me is like I hear one thing, but what the stream hears is somewhat different. So it was kind of grating for me, but for the stream, apparently it was really, really bad.
Yeah, I apologize for any long-term damage that might have caused.
Yeah, you never apologize. Don't apologize.
Oh yeah, fuck you. I forgot that lesson. Damn it. You're supposed to be my lawyer.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you want to pick up on the as far as my history?
Yeah, I'll do this one. It actually fits well. But as far as my background goes, yes, I was bullied for a period of time in junior high and high school.
Oh wait, no, it was the one before it.
Was it?
Do you want me to read the one before it then?
I'm sorry.
So that you can read the next one?
I can do both.
Yeah, you do both. Go for it.
Okay. As far as my history, I will make a deal with you. I will share some of my history if you in return share some of yours in response to my reply. I believe that is fair. It will also help me get a better insight into you, and it also gives you the ability to correct anything wrong I have said. As I tell all my clients and families, I make mistakes and I can be wrong. I always use those mistakes and help improve upon them. So feel free to correct and substantiate anything incorrect I have said. But as far as my background goes, yes, I was bullied for a period of time in junior high and high school. I stayed to myself but had a small group of close friends I would hang out with. I was considered a geek or nerd at the time. I often had people tell me I wasn't able to accomplish different things in my life, and I've always proved them wrong. I served in the military and was discharged honorably as a firefighter EMT for a period before I joined the military. I ended up in this field because I like helping people. Do I like myself 100%? No. Because I have room to improve on my own things, but I am constantly working on them. I know what I want to do with my life. Is why I ended up in the career field I am in. I don't care for fame or fortune. I don't care to make tons of money. The most important thing I get from what I do is having a client, their parents, or their family thank me for being able to help them. I love waking up every day and being able to make positive impacts in people's lives. People struggling with depression, suicide, anxiety, autism, anger disorder, sexual problems, family problems, you name it. So no, Ron, I know exactly where I want to be. I'm doing it now. Your inference of an avatar and name onto who I am or how I view myself is almost 180 degrees from the truth.
Ooh. So kind of, that's good. That was nice clap back. Now, as a preview, did he ever provide the quid pro quo? Did he ever?
He has not responded to this to reply in this thread, to my knowledge. I don't know if he's responded to it in the AMA or anything, but to this thread, he has not responded to this.
Man, I can't imagine he would.
I don't think it could come out anywhere positive for him.
I don't think so either.
I don't mean that to demean him. I think he might have maybe thought he had the chance to one-up me and failed.
No, yeah. What's he gonna do? Well, I was a landlord. I mean, or a property manager. What do you think about that, by the way? He was a property manager when he started dating Monica, and from what I understand, he was Monica's property manager. And then there's also, and I don't know, I'm not trying to reach on this, and so if I am, please tell me. But there's also the twins, the Yost twins or whatever. lived with Ron and Monica for a year, apparently. And also, one of them worked with Ron, I think, as an employee under Ron's supervision. Is there anything to any of that? Like, what do you draw out of, or do you draw anything out of that, or no?
I think it's interesting when you factor in the lawsuit. You know, there's this period of time, a year is a long time, to have control over someone potentially being homeless or not effectively. You know, at the flick of a switch, you can, you know, get them kicked out, make them struggle to find a new place. You know, so they have the ability to bend to your will a little bit more than, especially if they're living with you too, not just their property manager. So there's a lot of control involved in that. And so
What do you make of Monica and Ron? I mean, the Yost twins they're just fans who showed up to anime conventions, and they ended up living with a voice actress and her fiance. Like,
yeah, that's a weird dynamic. I don't know if there was any sexual component to it. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there actually was. I could potentially see Ron using that as a form of control. I don't see it all the time, but I could see it potentially being there.
Now, I have heard them described by another voice actor, who I will not disclose the name of. This is said in confidence. Another voice actor has described the Yost twins to me as two girls who will push boundaries with voice actors or with anime people, basically, to see how far they can get. And this was, you know, of course, the context of the Yost twins' involvement in the case is they're the ones who are the twins who are, Vic is alleged to have invited them up to his room to engage in a sexual encounter, which he said that at his deposition. So I think it's safe enough to say that that's true enough. And so he invited them up to his room. And, you know, one of the questions people seem to have about that interaction is, what the hell did they think they were going back to a man's hotel room for? You know, that sort of thing. But have you run into people who do that, who have like this, well, we'll just go along with things up to the point where things are like at the point of going too far, and then we stop. Like, we'll see how far someone else will go. Like playing chicken with reality.
I haven't seen it. I guess whether are you talking in general or sexual specifically? Because
this was the context of this was not relayed to me as sexually they will go so far. It was like just literally they'll just go with it. So how I see them maybe ending up at Monica and Ron's house is, you know, hey, do you guys want to hang out? Oh, hey, we don't really have anywhere to go. Actually, our living situation's kind of bad. And then Monica and Ron, and this is all hypothetical, Monica and Ron saying, oh, yeah, well, I mean, maybe we could help you out. We can help you get on your feet type thing. Yeah, you can stay with us. And them just going, all right. You know, like almost like they didn't plan that, but just kind of asked their way into it, almost on just a need to go a little bit further. Now,
my impression of the Yost twins is they use their position as cosplayers and their attractiveness and their beauty, whatever, is a tool, and it's not necessarily wrong, depending on how you use it. You know, people do that in all social interactions in different ways, but if they're purposely pushing lines, and this is where this can cause, you know, like the Vic situation here, where things can get really muddy, is when you push those lines so far to where someone is seeing the signal of these two twins want to fuck, and you're like, okay, well, let's go up to my hotel room, and they're so used to their, I don't want to say a grift, but for their, you know, kind of cycle of how they deal with the voice actors or whoever they're dealing with, is they think, well, we're just gonna go up to the hotel room and chill, but they either are not perceptive of their message, or they know what their message is and they don't care, or they thrive off of it. it's a really interesting. I'd really be interested to like hear them and see, like, to talk to them and get to understand them a bit more, because how they use that is interesting if they're doing this that much.
Yeah. What to provide a little bit more context is remembering this conversation as we go. It was one of the things they would do for some voice actors would be they would use that familiarity and that pushing to just get to the front of lines without waiting, and then to get merchandise and autographs for free. And oh, I know you type. They'd almost force a familiarity, if that makes sense. And people have trouble saying no, as I'm sure you're aware. As a therapist, they have trouble saying no, so they would yes their way into kind of whatever they could get, including autographs, merchandise, pictures, interactions, extra time. So that's to give just sort of a broad context. Again, this is just from a voice actor who has had experience with them.
Yeah, with the limited information, there's a potential for maybe type of personality disorder there that both of them have, which is interesting because they're twins. So it would be depending on what it is, genetic in origin. Or it's just they figured out how to do this and they just do it. It's hard to say without that further detail, but it is interesting from the outside looking in, seeing how Vic could end up in a room with two girls who he thinks, oh, we're going to have fun. And they're like, oh, we're not going to do anything sexual.
Right.
Like, for that to happen at all is like kind of shocking a bit.
The interesting context of that is to fill in some blanks. Vic had said that he had met them over several conventions. Some people took that as several years. That's not actually accurate. It's several conventions over probably just one convention season or maybe two. But they happened to show up at all of them and immediately would go to Vic's table the moment he sits down and go interact with them. Between those conventions, this I don't think has had a chance to come out during the lawsuit, but between those conventions, they were sending Vic emails with like pictures of them holding signs, like they'd both be holding a sign that says I, and then another picture with a heart, and then another picture with you or we heart Vic. Stuff like that was being sent. So there's messaging and interaction going on between the conventions as well through email from these particular ladies. So it's a very wild situation.
Yeah, it extends beyond kind of like the typical like fan level contact. Like, oh, you're good. Like, I love you. It's like I see you once or twice a year at conventions. When you're seeing them that much and you're sending them emails, and I don't know if they were texting or anything at that point, but when you're doing it that much, it's in a general kind of social interaction. That's like the level you would expect from someone seeking. They're getting to know you. They're wanting to know more about you. They want to get further with you. That's the thing you would do in like approaching either a romantic or sexual relationship kind of thing. So for the signals to get crossed on Vic's end, clearly obvious why that happened.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't read into what they're doing.
Right. And why would you? Like, I mean,
it's twins, number one.
No, okay. I want to genuinely ask you about that, right?
Okay, go for it.
I want to genuinely ask you this because that's been made a big deal of, particularly only by Ron and Lemoyne and stuff like that. The idea that a man would want to engage in a sexual encounter with twins. Is this something uncommon, weird? Is it aberrant? Is it normal? What is it?
Well, the thing is normal is also a subjective term. It depends upon, for example, if we
don't you therapy me, you slide bastard.
No, I'm not therapying you. I'm actually, I could. If we look at you and Drex, for example, or you and Preston and Drex, for example, you all have different versions of normal. As Drex said in that one stream not too long ago, when he found out that the way most people did things was not how he was doing things with all the hookup culture and all the different things he was doing, he was shocked by it because it was not what he was used to. So if, for example, Lemoyne only has sex with an oxygen machine because that's the only thing keeping him alive. Sorry. then he's
Ah.
not going to understand why twins are a thing, you know. And for Ron and to not understand that when he lived with them for a year, to understand that 2 twin girls are going after guys. One, twins is a very common sexual fantasy. I mean, threesome fantasies are common in general. So are group sex fantasy. Like across the board, and you can have so many different levels. You know, because one of the things I did in grad school specifically is I took classes on sexuality and human sex and human sexual interactions because it's an interesting thing, and there's so much that goes into it. So to say normal, I mean, again, it's vague. Your normal is different than mine. That's why, like I say, do whatever you want. If it's not my thing, it's not my thing. Don't do it illegal. That's it.
Okay, so normal was a bad term. We got that it's a common fantasy.
Very common sexual fantasy for men.
Is there anything? I think the word aberrant is a good word because it's not automatically negative. It just means differing from the norm, right? So I don't. Is there anything aberrant about desire? Is that a right term? Is that a bad term?
Oh, no.
I don't want to say deviant because it has such a negative connotation.
Well, no, deviant's a good word because deviant, you know, as we've seen over the, you know, course of, say, the last 50, 100 years and how laws and stuff have evolved as far as regarding sex and sexuality, you know, what has been allowed socially has changed mine. You know, I think in Texas it's still illegal to insert, I think it's still a misdemeanor somehow to purchase a dildo or something. I know that was a thing till within the last decade or so, I think.
I hope so. I'm just kidding.
As long as it's less than 10 inches. For
Right.
Preston. You know, we don't want any injuries. I think
that would be so funny if someone dug up the statute that made it illegal to purchase the dildo that was used in the video. Like, look, you criminal. God, that'd be
the funniest shit. And then go on the same train of thought that he went down.
Yeah. Like, look, he's already been contacted by the police about his dildo purchases. God,
So are you in possession of a 12-inch dildo that's about 3.5, 4 inches thick?
No, it's only 11 inches, so.
Oh, damn. That's okay within the law. So, but you know, people with sex, I think if you were to poll 100 guys and say, I have 2 twin girls here, do you want to have sex with them? I think a majority or more would say yes. Now, please.
I mean, I think it's got to be a high majority. I would say it'd be pushing into the 3/4+ range, 75+%.
Where you get problems would be say a male female threesome with, say, a couple and then bringing extra male in. The man in the relationship would be uncomfortable with that versus, say, bringing an extra female in for a relationship. Or if it was a guy and a girl wanting to bring the single guy in, he might be uncomfortable with it because no dude's involved. You know, you would see more, quote unquote deviance or people.
That's a jackass move, by the way.
No.
If you ever decide to go for your doctorate or whatever, and you have to be, you know, another research monkey for a while, you need to propose that study where you tell men, look, we've got twins here ready for a sexual encounter. And they're like, okay, cool. And so they go into the room and they start stripping down. And then you bring in fraternal twins and one of them is a male. And see the reaction. That'd be juicy, I think.
The only thing is that would have to, because research is kind of a bitch, because you have to, it's very difficult to get IRB approval for certain types of experiments because you have to have them consent to what's going to happen. So you'd have to be able to justify explaining it afterwards and have to do it. There's a whole, well, after the Milgram experiment, the whole electroshock thing that happened. After that, they implemented a whole ton of human experimentation rules. So it has to be done carefully. You could do it. As a
Even
side
though
note,
no one was actually, well, the only person shocked was the person giving the shocks in that experiment. But was it
no actual shocks given? They were faking it.
Well, because they had but I mean, they give them the test shock, right? At the beginning, like, this is the shock that you'll be giving them. And they buzz their arm for just a second, if I remember right.
I don't remember exactly, but it had like
But it was only the subject, like the actual research subject, that was getting the shock. It wasn't no shocks were actually given to the person on the other end of the thing.
Yeah, the only thing that happened was the person pressing the button would hear a sound from the other room, and the person would, like, as the shock voltage increased, they would start pleading, "Please don't! I have a heart condition."
Yeah.
And so there was no actual. It was just the trauma of that it was very controversial.
Yeah, because some of them thought they killed that guy.
They did, and it caused a lot of distress for a few of the subjects. It was a very interesting and insightful experiment into human behavior, but it did change how we do human research studies. As a side note, though, someone on the forums asked me if it would be possible to get Ron into a medical journal somehow, or to a mental health journal somehow through research or whatever. I said I would try. I can't guarantee anything.
Whoa, your mic just got real quiet.
Oh, how about now?
A little bit better.
Okay, how about now? Is that better?
I might have to boost you on my end.
Oh, did my mic all fuck up over here? Oh no, I might have to kill this mic too.
No, I mean, it's something happened where it's almost like a noise gate kicked in or a suppressor kicked in or something.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay, I increased my microphone volume.
Oh, there we go. Now it's back to normal.
Okay, it's back. Okay, I somehow went down. That's weird.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's good now.
The ghost of my old microphone's haunting me. Probably. Did you still hear me?
Yeah, it's going like up and down. This is weird.
Let me just leave this window open. How about that?
Yeah, when you do that, it's good.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave that window open. So it's the control for my mic. I'm just gonna leave that open and see if it fucks up again.
Oh, you know what? I've had that same problem before. Yeah, just leave that. It'll probably fix when you restart your computer, but I've actually had that same thing where it's like you change the mic volume in your settings and then you close it out and then the mic volume goes back to like it's a program is taking control of your mic after the settings window closes. Yeah. So
I hate that. I hate Windows sometimes.
But it's good for if you just leave it open. It's good for now.
Okay, I'll just leave it open then. Okay, perfect.
Okay, let's get back to finishing this up. I'll read the next paragraph here.
Okay.
That is another reason oh wait, no, this is you. Oh, damn it. Hey, I'm so sorry. Dude, oh my God.
What the fuck are you doing?
That was worse than doxing you. I feel bad about that.
I'm offended. I'm going to report you to the board.
Look, I blame the liquor.
It is always the liquor.
It's a convenient excuse, right? Yeah, I've actually just filled all of these bottles with varying colors of sweet tea, and I just pretend to be drunk.
Okay, Leahy.
That is another reason I have concerns. You may have antisocial personality disorder or sociopathy. Because of the way you infer or analyze other people's behavior does not fit the schema for most people. It is like you are projecting other people's views, or you are trying to make as rational an inference as you can, but aren't doing that well with it. That's kind of brutal and cutting. I liked that.
Yeah, sorry.
Again, this is not to bully or pick on you. It does truly raise concerns with me. And saying it's brutal, I don't think you were intending to be mean, but sometimes just a cutting analysis is, I mean, it is cutting, right? Like, and I
have to be blunt with clients sometimes. I don't like it, but I sometimes have to.
Right. Why don't you hit this next one?
All right. So this is in reference to my formal therapist training and me getting a 3 out of 10 analysis or rating.
Right.
So let's see. Well, Ron, as you stated, you are not a therapist nor have any formal training. So your assumption here is shaky at best. I have completed both a bachelor's and master's degree, both with a 3.5 GPA or higher. My master's GPA would have been higher, but I had a couple of low grades due to a family member dying during one of the critical semesters, so I had to play catch up after returning from burying that family member.
Now, do we get to talk about how you have minimized your GPA here?
Yeah, like that was...
You're making excuses right now for your performance, something that, you don't get to minimize your behavior. That's all I'm saying.
I know I have performance anxiety, but
I'm just messing with you, of course.
You're fine. I love I was in the military and the fire department. We had the mindset if you weren't being made fun of or being fucked with, they didn't like you.
Yes,
So
and that's a very
I
true.
work off of that. I work off of that. So
If you've ever worked in, I was a painter for one summer in college, and I worked with one crew, and we were great, had a great time. I worked with the other crew, and those guys never made fun of me, and God, you could feel the hate seething out of them. And I don't even know why they hated me. They just really did. My last day of that job, my the crew. This is a tangent, but that's my life. This is a crew lead. His power washer broke, so you have to power wash the house, right, and spray all the crap off of it, and then you have to take scrapers and scrape off any paint flakes and get it down, and then you sand down the area so that when you come by with the sprayer, you have a smooth, continuous surface to go over. It makes it so it doesn't have this patchy look when you're done. I got to the job site one day, which was over an hour from my house, which pissed me off anyway, because I was supposed to be with a South Twin Cities crew, but they put me with a North Twin Cities crew because they're racist.
that sucks.
And so I get there, and he says, yeah, my power washer's broken. I'm going to need you, just me, to wash the entire house by hand. And he handed me a sponge and an empty bucket.
Holy shit.
And I did. After
okay, good for you.
I scrubbed open a nest of spiders because the house is by a lake and in the woods.
Oh, you're such an asshole.
And they just all fell out, like a billion spiders fell out. And I said, hey, man, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I got in my car and drove off. And I called him. I said, you're an asshole, and I'm not coming back. And I hate you. And I hope you die on the job. But
that last part may have been a little extreme, but overall, not too bad.
Look,
I'll give it a 3 out of 10.
I was still in college at the time, so I'll take the licks. I hadn't been fully educated on how to scream at him yet.
There you go.
God, I was pissed. Sorry, I don't know why we tangented into or why I tangented into
it's that ADHD.
Oh, it was the not making fun of things. Yeah, those guys we never bantered. We had the most boring, like 1800s prudish marriage relationship ever. It was like there was no sex jokes or anything. It was all just like, hello, how are you today? I milked the cow. It was, oh God, it was fucking awful.
Yeah,
all
that
right.
sounds like boring.
Okay, I'm going to pick up on your next paragraph here.
Awesome. Go for it.
Throughout this entire response, you have been nothing but dismissive. Whereas if you actually read my post to you, I'm doing as much as I can to be supportive of you. Also, your dismissiveness here about my entire post is contradictory of your own stances on the issues. You state that you're supportive of sexual assault victims. You are calling my post some sort of act to make up for my failures or for failures in my life. I guarantee you would never say that to a woman who is stating they were sexually abused. So while you tried to dunk on me, you went against your own principles. Just like everything else, you can choose to believe me or not regarding my childhood sexual abuse, but how you hold yourself on this really speaks to your character and personality. You supposedly support survivors of assault and abuse. You want people to believe them, except when it interferes with your belief system or has a negative impact on you, or it is someone who may not agree with you 100%. Did you want to add anything to that?
I feel it speaks for itself mostly.
Yeah, I
Unless
agree.
You have a question.
No, I think you nailed it.
Thank you.
It's always good to call a Karen out when she's selectively a Karen.
And like I said, if I was to be offended of anything with this whole thing, it's how they're handling sexual assault victims and how they're portraying it. And this kind of goes to that, I would say, if I were to add anything.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Sorry, it was.
Oh, you're fine.
Sent me something I had to take a look at. Okay, do you want to do the next paragraph here?
Sure. Another interesting fact pointed out by some of the other members here on the forums is your use of emojis or smileys in your reply. You did it in the sections where you point to Vic's behavior and talk about your, quote, evidence. You did it when you wanted me to dox myself so I can prove my credentials to you. And you did it at the end of your paragraph where you make me out like someone trying to make up for things in my life and trying to sound smart while demeaning me in the process. You yourself has posted your use of these is indicative of stress or a stress indicator. You have or it shows that you will go back to the use of these when certain topics come up and you appear to be bothered by them. Just like I will discuss below in your body language, it may be a subconscious process at work when you craft your responses, or you're doing it because it feels like a nice punctuation to what you think is a good point. I can't say for certain, but either way, it is an insight into how you responded to my post here and to each of the items you responded to.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, especially what you say at the end. He feels like it's a punctuation. The smileys, I feel they are the punctuation to his points. I think that's got it. Like, aha, I got you now, smiley face. You didn't see that one coming, smiley face. That sort of thing. But either way, I do think if it's not just an indicator of stress, which I know he said it is indicator, like that's part of his coping with stressors post from wherever that was. If it's not an indicator of stress, it's at least a self-reinforcing tool that he uses to affirm that he's done the right or good thing. That's the kind of two possibilities I get out of it.
And it kind of hurts him too, because if it is a stressor, he's letting people know it's something that gets to him. And if it's not, it's showing that these are the points that he thinks he's made a really decent job at, or has nailed it, when in reality it's not always the case. So it's a very big giveaway for his points.
Right. It's a mess for him. But that wraps up that section. So I'm gonna shrink it down. Oh my God. Look at that.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a long section.
So you have the podcast interview analysis, and that's what I want to. This is a bit voluminous.
Autistic. Say it.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I have a therapist on the line. I can't call it autistic.
I mean, if I'm a fake therapist who's diagnosing, you can diagnose too. I'll give you permission.
Well, it has autismo tendencies. Well,
yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay, so let's just dive into this, and after we do this section, we'll probably wrap up the show.
Fine with me.
Overall impression. Your behaviors and statements in the video are contradictory to your statements and actions as of recently, and how you are behaving here. Yeah, and that is the big thing. Ron has been. Let me read through the rest, and then we'll get back to it. Now, you may be putting on a show for the Kiwis, and because it is easier to respond when you have time to craft a reply, but there's a difference between taking time to generate a better response versus a response that runs counter to your own statements in the interview you did. I don't want to say you were being purposefully deceptive on the podcast, but I would say it is likely because the things you were hearing on the podcast were not as anger-inducing as the statements you're hearing on here. So the first thing, yes, if you don't pick up that Ron is inconsistent in how he acts versus how he projects, or not projects to act, professes to act, or professes to desire to act. They are two very, very different things. And I don't know if Ron notices that so much, but it's pretty apparent from even a modicum of looking. You say, I want to have positive interactions, but his interactions with people are not positive. They're full of I don't want to call it banter because it doesn't come across as friendly, right? They're full of jabs and cuts at people. They're not positive. They're not positive themed interactions or the interactions of someone who desire a positive thing. And I think you're being a little charitable here. And I know I get why, obviously. I do think he's being purposefully deceptive on the podcast. I think right now Ron is in damage control, but I think he perhaps stupidly puts a higher value on the video aspect of the damage control versus the text aspect of it. And this is not a slight to the Knuckleheads podcast, but I think more people will see his text encounters than would otherwise see that podcast unless specific attention is drawn to it. So I think he miscalculates the value of those responses and the way he actually looks to people. But that's my opinion.
Well, the sad part about it is I think it was Crumb is the person on the podcast.
Right.
They were doing, in my opinion, a fucking stellar job. They were very good on like talking about trauma and talking about different histories, and they knew, like if I didn't know anybody, I could almost call them a therapist based upon what they were talking about. They were very knowledgeable in it. They knew what they were doing, and
yeah, well, Crumb's
he missed the opportunity to build off of that.
Right, and Crumb. This is not a criticism at all of Crumb. Crumb was lobbing the softballs to Ron. Not really, that's not the right word. The questions weren't softballs. Crumb was setting Ron up with the opportunity to message in a specific way, and he wasn't smart enough or keen enough, I guess, at the time to realize what was going on. And so he didn't end up coming across very well, even though Crumb was maybe going out of their way to do an overly fair interview in what could have certainly been a negative one.
Oh yeah, they could have hammered his ass, and they didn't. They were trying to be kind of supportive. They were trying to like, we kind of understand why you felt this way over the course of this, and what Monica's had to go through with the assault and everything, and they laid a great foundation for that. And I feel like you said, he kind of missed the ball on that. He could have hit it out of the park.
Yeah, and I know some people were kind of upset with Crumb and how they did the interview. I don't think anyone should be. They did a really good job on that interview.
It gave so much telling information doing it that way than trying to come off aggressive or to come off in some sort of confrontational way. You get more when you kind of try to. He kind of lowered his defenses in a way, because he was, while probably being deceptive, was still talking about things we really haven't gotten from other sources until now.
Yeah,
so.
and that's another reason why I've stated a lot of times that I'm not really interested in having Ron on my show, at least during the lawsuit, because he will necessarily be defensive, and I will necessarily take glee in being a prick. Like I know me too well to do that interview fairly with Ron. So I think it's much better that Ron went to their show, and I think it'd be great if he went on some other shows. I really do.
I mean, I offered to do a live stream with him. I've offered to talk to him. I've offered for him to DM me. It's out there. All he has to do is take it up. I'm not trying to, like I said in one of my posts, I think today or yesterday, if Ron DMs me and he opens up, I'm not disclosing any of that information, because I'll respect that.
Right.
That would be a huge move. It'll be such a positive move for him to help him get the help he needs. I don't think it would happen. I try to be positive, but he does have the chance, and it's out there in so many ways. And like you said, your show would be kind of aggressive. You would fuck with him a bit, but
yeah. And I mean, I wouldn't be mean to Ron, but I would banter with him, and I don't know that he would take the banter as banter. I legitimately don't. Based on even what we've been observing throughout this, I don't think he banters well. I think he cuts, and I don't really like that type of interview for me. It's not fun to do.
I think it comes back to him not being able to get to the interpret emotions correctly and interpret communication right. He's not understanding the banter as banter, as the jokes as jokes. And I think that's where he's struggling with these interactions.
Oh, speaking of Crumb, Cress is in the chat. Hi.
Oh, hi. Like I said, good job on what you did. That was a very amazing interview.
On that note, why don't you read your section on Crumb's advice?
Okay. On Crumb, you gave some very good advice. I don't know their background or history, but they appeared to be someone who's gone through enough and have made mistakes and taken actions to correct them. If you don't want to listen or believe me in any capacity, at least listen to what Crumb is saying.
Yeah, I agree. And Crumb was giving a lot of advice to Ron, and I think the problem with Ron is, or a problem with Ron is that don't think he was going to take that advice from some YouTuber. I think that is an issue that he has. I think he inherently disbelieves someone because of the video platform that they're on, which is probably my fault, and I'm sorry for that. But I think that is kind of a mitigating circumstance for him. I want to read this chat from Nova Zero. He says, aberrant is just different from the norm or average, but deviant is what's different from the singular's norm. So the norm in a population is mono, but the deviancy for the norm is threesome. Does that round that out, or question mark? No, I think what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. That makes some sort of sense, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's on the mark there, sort of.
Yeah.
As far as what fits into those categories.
Look, I of course do not want to have any sexual interactions with any twins unless I found out that Lady Rackets had one. That's a joke. That's a joke.
That would be a win.
Okay, so on aggression and aggressiveness. Tension buildup. Where's the release? Related to fighting in person versus online interactions. This is indicative of a learned history of the use of physical aggression or aggression in general as a means of stress relief, which you admitted to effectively in your interview here because you made the statement that aggressiveness is one of your greatest strengths, but also your greatest weakness. That sounded like such an interview answer to me, but like job interview answer. Again, I don't know much about your childhood or anything like that outside the brief mention you made on the podcast. I'm open to listening to more about what you said, but outside of that, I don't have much to go on. All right, your turn.
A common theme here is you continue to state you have changed and are not the same person you were 8 years ago. But when you have, for the past 16 months or so, been interacting as you have been over this, that is not indicative of change. I've had to deal with sexual abuse and have worked with people who have been sexually abused. Not once have I ever wished harm on them, nor would I approach my abusers with any type of aggressive demeanor, because nothing is solved through that, especially on a topic so difficult and emotionally charged. You point to, in your video, your sister suffering sexual abuse, which is not okay, and I'm sorry she had to go through that. But that you, quote, handled that guy quickly, which gives the connotation of some sort of physical altercation or use of aggression. You even stated that that it is part of your nature being aggressive, related to your sister's abuse in the alleged assault against Monica. You stated you were stressed when you finally found out about the allegations of Vic assaulting Monica.
I have a question for you about that.
Sure.
Now, Ron admitted that he'd been dating Monica for 5-6 years or whatever by the time this all started, and he had never heard about that abuse. Do you have any sort of thoughts on that? On this whole, like, for one, it's a fairly long engagement. I mean, there are longer engagements out there, of course. It's a fairly long engagement. And there seem to be several things. Monica said that Ron and I share everything, or I don't know if Monica or Ron said, one of them said that they share everything. But then during the deposition of Monica, there were several things where it came out that, oh yeah, I hadn't talked to Ron about that. Oh yeah, I hadn't talked to Ron about that. What do you make anything out of any of that, or is it just not too nebulous?
It depends. It depends on the relationship. So someone who's been, say, assuming Monica was abused, and it's 100% fact, and it's a difficult thing for her to talk about. She doesn't want to bring it up. If for example, during the deposition when it was brought up just to be talked about, she got upset because it reminded her of rape at 15. So she might not be comfortable with it. Or when they started dating, it wasn't something she wanted to share. It never became a point to talk about, or it never really came up, or it was never asked if that kind of thing happened. I could see that potentially not coming up. Some people are just really particular about their history. Some are very open. For me, I will openly talk about anything I've dealt with because I use it to build off of. It helps me talking about it too. So it really depends. Ron's being kind of upset or stressed by it, not completely unexpected. I could see someone being with someone for 6 years and then just finding out they were abused or assaulted by someone. And, your first indication is, I want to help, I want to do something. which could have been part of the reason that this whole thing spiraled out to begin with. He's trying to defend his fiance and didn't dig into the details if he didn't know what the details were, if he wasn't part of some, say, elaborate scheme of this whole thing.
Now, what's interesting about it, though, is he made a bunch of defensive tweets before he would have found out about it.
As far as against Vic?
Yeah, because he started against Vic in January. But the story about Monica, it happened to me and all that stuff, and actually telling that story didn't come out till February. And that's...
I would say that's probably related to his problem with power. So, like, when Vic was around, Monica's attention was focused on Vic. Ron became third wheel probably in some of those interactions. Like you said, that whole interaction where he wanted to, assault Vic because Monica was talking to him, basically. So having the opportunity now where Vic's in a weakened state to actually go out and make a dent in his armor.
Right.
And then finding out Monica was assaulted by Vic, according to what Monica's saying, that only adds to it. And it's, if we go off of the theory of potentially being, antisocial personality disorder in his interactions, he's very easy to respond through stress. And so he starts reacting and he's not thinking about his actions. So this all could have been completely unplanned just because of his reaction to it and not thinking it through.
Gotcha. Okay, is it my turn or is it your turn?
I think you just...
Yeah, I think I just did. Or wait, no, you did.
Okay, my bad. I'm horrible.
No, it's okay. Me too. Did you redirect this anger and need to control the situation into the actions you took against Vic's conventions and the tweets you made online? Was it the only way you had to outlet your aggression at the time? You stated back then you wanted to fight him, which again is you relying on your history of using aggression as a means of resolution to your problems. It was used in your previous relationships, although in a more of an emotional, mental means of control against your ex-spouses than anything physical. You continue to use the same method of conflict resolution when you say 8 years after that remote control incident, you're a changed man. I want to believe you, but you continue to show me and others that you have not done that. And then I'll just finish out this section. This will go back to you needing a means to de-escalate when you get elevated. You need to find a better way to monitor your own behaviors, and you desperately need to find a way to redirect aggressiveness into something more productive. Again, this is why I keep repeating you needing to get with a good therapist to help with this. I think that's fair.
Okay.
Why don't you hit the conventions and reputations?
Okay. You stated at several points in the video you don't want people completely destroyed, don't want conventions canceled or boycotted, and that you want everyone to stop using hashtags like KickVic. You say this, but even your actions within the last few months are contradictory to that. If you don't want Vic's reputation destroyed, why would you keep pushing this 17 affidavits thing against him when it has been factually disproven some of those are twisted or even pure fiction, as the person making the affidavit was not even present during the alleged convention where the assault or inappropriate activity took place? If you cared about Vic's reputation, you would ask your lawyer to have those affidavits stricken from the record at the very least, because even you cannot admit with a straight face that at least one of those affidavits does not contain incorrect information.
Let's not forget that the Michelle Specht affidavit against Vic is entirely to trash his reputation.
Oh, yeah. That was all that was.
There is no legal basis for Michelle Specht to have any affidavit against Vic Mignogna in this case. That was pure assholery going on there, and is entirely to get under his skin and to cause him damage. I mean, I would say that most, if not all of them, were designed to do that, but some of them at least had a quasi-legal relationship to the case. Michelle Specht's affidavit does not in any way. It's entirely character-based.
And so one thing to add on to this section, because it's happened since this was drafted, was the whole Ron calling out my actions as unethical and against the ethical requirements for my profession, right. Which I pointed out in another post that no, what I'm doing is fine as long as I explain it. So Ron is saying here he doesn't want people destroyed, He doesn't want people canceled or boycotted. Yet he's out here wanting to effectively cancel my job, my career that I spent, a bachelor's degree and a master's degree to getting to, been getting my license, all that. You want to turn it over because you don't like what I have to say. You're completely going against your own point. And literally, I think a week or so after this happened, this interview.
Now, ignoring Ron for a second and just speaking generally, what is this weird focus that people have? I mean, this factors into Ron a lot in reality, but what is this weird idea that people have that they should absolutely destroy someone's job, reputation, whatever? I mean, Ron is the reason I keep coming back to this is Ron has talked about how, oh, Vic could come back and all of this stuff, but that kind of runs counter to the narrative of what would actually play out. Like if Vic just said, yeah, I did all this, I apologize, I'm sorry for doing all of these things, like sexually assaulting my coworker, right? There's no way he comes back. Like, so what is this idea? Like Ron's probably like, well, I could report you to the board, and then with some hard work and elbow grease, you'll be right back in the saddle in no time, chum, once you've learned your lesson from me, right? Like,
yeah.
Does he think he's not actually destroying something? He's merely offering a temporary setback and cooldown period? Like, what is the mentality here?
That's a good question, because I haven't thought about that in that perspective before. As far as this whole, like, quote unquote cancel culture stuff, for example, one of the things I have particular problem with is, for example, this lady with the whole New York Park thing with the dog and being videotaped. She lost her job, had to give up her dog over this thing. Was it what she did right? No. What she did potentially could be interpreted as racist. I could see it. It wasn't the best way to handle it. Should she lose her job over it? No. Should she have her entire life ruined? No. That's the way you drive people to things like racism or to things. It does not bring someone to your side.
Right.
If you want to convince me, say I'm, he's accusing me of all this unprofessional behavior. He's accusing Vic of assaulting all these people. If you want me to stop that, you want to take away my entire livelihood, everything I've worked for, and destroy it, where is my incentive for change? You've taken it away. There's no reason for me to improve. It would be better for me to just continue going on assaulting people because I'm still in the same situation. There's no steps to change there because you've taken them all away. So those things kind of bug me when I see them because I hate seeing it.
Well, you can change while you're in prison, bigot.
It doesn't. No, you don't.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
I get what you're going at, but that doesn't. Like seeing all these, alleged white nationalists canceled. Do I like what they have to say? No, but you're only amplifying them by doing what you're doing. So, and in this case with like Ron and the Vic stuff, he's amplifying a message that ends up hurting him. It looks like he's coming off as this kind of hero almost, in a sense. Like, I'm here, I want to make you better, Vic. And when what you're doing, like you said, it has no real basis in reality, people see that, people get that. People who aren't bought into that will recognize that. So the only person you're trying to convince then is yourself and people on your side. You're not winning people over that you need to win over. Sure.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's a weird thing, especially for people like you and I who have advanced degrees, lots of years of education investment, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of education investment as well. And then the idea that one of Ron's first responses to me was an ethics complaint, right? Like, yeah. I'm going to get him removed. They don't want me like reprimanded. They want disbarment. They want an inability to they want to destroy the investment of time that you make. Like, that's what Ron wants with the therapy board with you, right? Is he wants them to revoke your license, which would effectively nullify the overwhelming majority of your education. It's an interesting thing that people want to do these days. They don't just want correction, they want destruction. And I find that so disturbing. Like, I don't want to call up the real estate board and ruin Ron's job. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't know what there would be to do that. There's no basis for it that I can see, but I don't want to do that. Like, I wouldn't want to ruin his networking and the business profile that he's built up or whatever. That's crazy. Even though I think what he's did is disgusting. But with I can't figure out if they actually want the total destruction or if they just believe that someone will be back in 6 months, even if they're totally destroyed. Because that's what they kind of indicated with Vic. Like, oh, 6 months or a year from now, ignoring the fact that going 6 months or a year without your job is really, really hard for almost everybody on the planet. But
I mean, I couldn't do it.
I don't think they could either.
Yeah.
But they seem to indicate 6 months to a year from now, yeah, he could talk about coming back when he's better, as if people could just re-enter their field that they've been thrown out of.
And what does better mean? What's that subjective measure mean? What constitutes? That's where's the? You can't set an objective measure for that unless you say, well, I haven't raped people in 3 months.
But and it's not an objective measure, of course.
Exactly.
It would always be subjective, which is
you can never meet that bar. That's the thing.
It's the trap.
And that's one of the things that I think you hit on perfectly very early on in this. Because like I've been following this from almost the beginning, is if Monica was this good of a friend to Vic and they were this close and she knew how bad taking his fans away, because that's his source of happiness for him. He gets so much out of that, taking that away would cause him severe depression. I mean, he did go see a therapist. He started taking medication for it just because of all the shit that was going on in between the time this started and the time of that deposition, which was, I think, a few months. So it caused enough of an impact. If the right actions hadn't happened, say you getting involved or him getting the right type of legal help, this could have gone a lot differently. And I don't mean that to play it up.
I genuinely believe that if something had not come along, and I don't like to take credit for anything, I really don't. But if it wasn't me, hopefully it would be someone else or something else. I genuinely believe that we might have found Vic swinging from rafters. Like, I think that was a realistic outcome from what he was going through. And it's not like, that's not a crazy opinion to think that someone whose entire livelihood and public reputation is destroyed might seek a dark way out.
Yeah, I mean, if Ron reported me to the board and had me, removed from my ability to practice clinical therapy, there's a few things I can do with my master's degree in the field. They're not what I want to do. You're removing me from my clients who I've built these long relationships up with, who I've been in the middle of dealing with very difficult shit with, that I'm now being ripped from their lives. I've dealt with depression. It's not fun. I've been in some very dark places. That would put me there. Yeah. The same kind of thing would happen to me. So I have no problem seeing the same thing happening to Vic, or even you if it happened to you. I mean, you've been able to switch careers a bit to doing the YouTube thing. But if you lost your law license and this fails in a couple of years, where are you going back to? You got to kind of start fresh somewhere.
Well, look, I'm clinically incapable of suicide because I'm too arrogant. No, I'm just kidding. I'm mostly kidding. No, it's not a hard scenario, right? Like it just isn't. And if that happens, even if you're not someone like me, I'm largely a sunny disposition, even when times are kind of rough. But that's because I have several other support structures. So let's say you're me and things are otherwise great, but you've got this real trauma going on. The moment something messes up in one of those other things, like you combine the bad professional situation with a family loss or something else, then it all tumbles very quickly, right? It's a bunch of dominoes.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, Vic wouldn't do that because he's religious. And, I've, even before my depression hit really bad a while back, I've always been very anti-suicide. I would never do that. I got to the point where I've twice tried to kill myself because my shit got that bad. One of them was putting a gun to my head. I almost pulled the trigger. I didn't, but it came fucking close. It's not that hard to go across that line. Once you're in that dark place, it takes a hell of a lot to get pulled out of it.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of disgusting in a way when people try to pull people's livelihoods away from this. Like this woman with the park. God knows what's going to happen to her. It's a horrible thing that, what she did was fucked up a bit. But it's not enough to destroy her life or potentially end it, in my opinion. So
yeah, it's always that's always such a tough call, because at the same time, like she was trying to destroy someone else, right? Like that's the genesis of what she was doing.
They were both kind of fucking with each other they were both Karens.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Oh yeah.
Okay, on control. So this is your paragraph.
Okay. When you stated you, quote, had to respond to people on here and online in general, in response to the host stating that you needed to stop letting people control you, they were 100% right. You don't have to respond to me or anyone else. You need to make that a conscious decision in all your actions, especially the ones that trigger you to have an aggressive response. And I'm not using trigger as an insult or to poke fun. You also stated that you only would settle if the only way you would settle is if Vic apologized for the actions of other people. This also goes back to your need for control over the entire situation. Going back to the Kamehacon text messages and calls, you want to control over Vic's ability there in income, yet you were saying you don't want that in this interview. Which one is it, Ron?
Oh yeah, I think we know the answer. He definitely wants the control. The Kamehacon texts are shocking, frankly. Anybody who reads them with any sense of objectivity knows exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah.
You stated near the end of this interview, you are always open to having a good, positive conversation. If this is the case, why are your responses on YouTube and here turn into anything but that? When I offer an insight into your behaviors and actions, instead of offering a positive response and correcting the things I got wrong in a positive or even neutral manner, you right out of the gate use demeaning language and try to take control over the conversation. I even said in my very first post about you that I truly want you to get some help. You've sat here and dismissed years of sexual abuse I went through. Try to use bullying I may have gone through, which I did go through, as a way to say I'm lying about who I am and what I do, and stating I am needing to make up for my failures by doing this and using a Jeopardy celebrity's name photo. How is that positive at all? You're effectively shaming every possible negative element I may have experienced and are using it to put yourself up on a pedestal. I didn't include the years of depression I dealt with during that time in my life or the other shit that was going on because it was not necessary. But either way, you say what you want. You say you want to be positive. You will make fun of somebody's possibly traumatic experiences during childhood as a way to one-up someone on the internet. Really? And then your turn.
This is the antithesis of positivity. You also state you will be willing to sit down and meet with Vic to talk about this. Then why haven't you offered the olive branch? I am sure Vic will be willing to resolve this and doesn't want this to stretch out like this. It's a fuckload of stress for everyone involved. Only you and Monica have the power to end this, yet you have not done so. Why not? People aren't going to look at you as weak by ending this disaster. Even so, it is not a perfect example of toxic masculinity you state you are fighting against? Then why continue your actions and behaviors that are nothing but the emboldening of this instead of ending this in a peaceful manner?
I think you nailed something there, and I've talked about it too. And I was really happy about that question that Cress asked at the end of the interview was, would you be willing to offer settlement to Vic for some mutual apologies? And the fact that, first of all, he said, I'll think about it, which I don't buy for a moment, because he just spent a whole bunch of time saying how he wanted this sit down and meeting. And then that's what you're nailing on here, right? Why haven't you done that ever in this process? They could have done it before the lawsuit, during the lawsuit. they actually had a mediation that was court ordered where they could have done that, they could have all said, look, we're going to settle this out and everyone's going to walk away. And according to Ron, their insurance has been paying the majority of their legal fees. So who cares, right? Your insurance is covering it. At this point, they can do it for the community. They can agree to all heal the wounds that have been caused by some evil Midwest lawyer, or what they honestly have had the entire time the perfect villain in all of this to scapegoat everything onto and kind of absolve themselves, and they still didn't do it.
Yeah. And if you pay attention to Ron in that interview, whenever that question is brought up about the mutual apology, there was a bit of kind of I would say, kind of like, I didn't really think of that. Like, I think he said, I didn't think of that or something. And the way his facial expressions came off to me was kind of like, that never really occurred to me. Like, the idea of a mutual apology never crossed his mind. And I think you can look at that in both a positive and negative way. Negative being he, doesn't care or want Vic or to apologize for anything he's done. Or the good side is, well, this, doesn't really get me. It kind of, we're already in where we are, so what does it do? But to see that kind of surprise was interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm not. It wasn't super interesting to me because I have such a low opinion of Ron and Monica. I believe that everything they state about wanting to resolve this is a flat out lie. I cannot. They've had so many opportunities, again, including one ordered by the court, and Vic has done nothing to them to antagonize that. Well, I guess the worst thing Vic did was he took a picture with me and Ty at Matsuri. That's about it.
But that's not intentionally antagonizing. I mean,
no, it's not. But I'm looking for the only things that would be potentially antagonistic at all. What they never asked Vic to do is, anything. They never asked Vic to just say, for example, if I'm them and I want to just get out of this and I want to make everything like okay and I want to patch everything up, you put up like we're going to apologize, but we're going to ask Vic to just say that he doesn't agree with the tone of the rhetoric that occurred online from certain people, and maybe even call me out, for example.
Yeah, he could have disavowed you in one of their settlement agreements. Like, we don't, Vic could have gone, like, I don't agree with what Mr. Rekieta's done. This is nothing I would have wanted, or it's nothing in my direction. And, I just want to get us back to a loving anime community or whatever.
Right.
That could have been an answer.
So not only did he not do that, they never even asked for it. Like, the only thing they ever came close to asking was a conversation with Chuck Huber only. Again, not even talking to Vic or his legal team. They're talking to Chuck Huber, and they said Vic would have to get Nick to apologize, which is crazy talk. What influence would he have over me to be able to do that in the first place? But again, they didn't send a proposal. And when they get to mediation, forced by the court, they don't feel that they have any need to go ahead and offer that thing. So it all rings hollow and disingenuous to me. I don't think that there's any healing the community or any other esoteric goals, and I don't think that there's any practical goal beyond literally just destroy Vic further. I can't see an alternative based on their actions. The only alternative I see is based on words. So
honestly, they would do more to destroy Vic by ending this lawsuit. Because this has hyped you up, it's hyped up Vic, it's got him more fans. If you had nothing to talk about this case anymore, the interest would drop off, new people come in your channel have no idea about it. You might have the occasional update about Vic. And then he could potentially die off as other conventions stop inviting him. But as this keeps going on and you keep doing your side of it, other people keep sharing the news, it only adds to it. He's only gotten more and more fanfare from it. You would do better to cancel this lawsuit. By ending this lawsuit, you cancel him, whether you win money or not.
They would have been devastating if they would have canceled his lawsuit in March.
Oh yeah.
Like, frankly, they would have been destroyed, because I don't think Vic would have gotten back to Kamehacon.
No.
I don't think that he would have gotten the invites he got later in the year. I don't think any of that would have happened. I think that would have been, like, if they really wanted a power play, they could have done that. They could have also saved themselves a lot of money in doing that. So it's a really weird. Frankly,
Well,
I think their legal team is flat out idiotic. But
I kind of feel they got wronged in a way in that. As much as I can have, not like Ron or Monica, like I said, trying to do my best to be objective here, but they may have been, their legal counsel probably was not the best as far as pointing them in the right direction.
not on the social aspect of it. Like, you can't minimize that their legal team, whatever they did, somehow they managed to get a victory in court. But I don't think that their legal team was considering the other side of this equation, which is the social aspect of it.
It's all started on social media. That's where it's going to end.
Yeah.
Even if Vic had got every demand he wanted to for them to end the lawsuit, for them to apologize and retract, it's just like when the New York Times publishes something on the front page, it prints the retraction a week later after someone calls them out for it. The message is already out there. It's so hard to slow it down. You would have been fine.
Yeah, the really weird thing is why Funimation wouldn't just take it down and walk away.
Oh,
Like, honestly, of all actions in this entire lawsuit, why Funimation, who makes like 17 tweets a day about upcoming shows and only has one tweet the entire year about Vic Mignogna, why they wouldn't just take that down, and then maybe even just say something about, we will no longer comment on the Vic Mignogna issue, period. And we're taking down our tweet and we'll no longer comment on it. Something like that, or anything. That was never even apparently on the table, because you'd think that would be something they'd be willing to mitigate, and no one would. The damage is already done, like you said. So,
especially if the TDMA absolves them of the lawsuit, if they just have to take it down with the TDMA, then they're good. So, that's a get out of jail free card.
I think if they had taken that post down immediately, like, that would have so mitigated the potential damages that they would have. I don't think they would have been sued at all. Really weird.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you want to read this last paragraph of this section, and then we'll do the conclusion?
Are we? I thought we were. Are we on the conclusion or no?
This is the antithesis. Is where we are.
Oh, I thought I read that part.
Nope. Wait.
Did we?
No, we did. Yeah, because the olive branch is there. Yep. Okay, so we're on the conclusion. So is it my turn then? I think so.
Yeah, maybe. I'll be the last read on this section.
Okay.
So you, me. So
conclusion. Double mouse. I know it's a weird thing. It's because I have the windows overlapping each other. Here, I'll move this one. There. Your behaviors from the last 16 months or so are contradictory to your statements on the podcast. You continue to show aggression as a means of conflict resolution even 8 years after the remote incident, and you stating you are a changed man. You continue to thrive for control over interactions and are wanting people to take accountability for things they literally have no control over. Your inability to relinquish control over a situation and this constant desire to regain it, which is also characterized in your need to respond to these statements that people make against you. Yet you call out Vic and anyone who stands for his cause when they take up his fight. Would he not be able to try and do the same as you? Anything to add before we move on?
No, I think we've kind of hit on the fact that Ron is still wanting to think he's changed and he hasn't. And I don't know if he's afraid to say he hasn't. If it's, like I tell people, it's hard to admit, to put yourself in a vulnerable position, and admitting he hasn't changed would make him vulnerable. So I don't know if it's that, and that's why he doesn't want to seek help, or to just at least admit that he still has a problem with this when he's double speaking. But it's an interesting observation to me.
Yeah. All right, go on to this next paragraph.
In the end, the interview gave one hell of an insight into your mind, Ron. Combine that with the way you have treated myself and others on here and other platforms, it is not surprising you have drawn such a following. I'll reiterate this for what is likely the 100th time now. I truly want you to get the help you need, but you need to be open to doing so, and your actions are not of that of one who is currently open to doing so. I believe you can do so, but it will be a difficult journey. I am still leaning on my initial opinion of you having antisocial personality disorder, but I am reconsidering it after the interview. Although I have not narrowed down any other conditions I would replace it with at the moment, although I do have a few in mind.
So then I do wish the best for you, Ron. You are succumbed by your absolute burning hatred for Vic, by a slipping grip. See, and I think that is, if he's read this, I think that pisses him off. Because he is trying to project that he is not hate Vic, that he wants to support Vic because he's his bro. By a slipping grip on the narrative and message you spent hundreds of tweets crafting and months working on. This will come to a resolution one way or the other. Vic is likely to come out on top even if he loses the appeals process. But your reputation will remain tarnished without some sort of endeavor for actual change. You preach against toxic masculinity, yet have and currently are emboldened by it and act it out daily. That's another one of those cutting truths that I would say is brutal. But it's an accurate assessment of Ron. He is the meme male feminist, right? Like,
ironically, a bit that probably fits.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say the sexual assault part of it, because that's one of the main
right.
ones you see.
Well, we haven't seen any evidence of sexual assault from Ron yet, but it is like the entire thing of he has to have the control. He has to control women and their interactions, and that's something interesting about all this, right? Like, he is policing the actions of women who have consensual, happy interactions with Vic, and he holds those up as bad. That's the crazy thing. And even when corrected directly to his face, like he points to a video link to YouTube, and that person comes out and says, "Oh, it came to my attention that someone said that this is a bad..." No, I had a great encounter with Vic, and I like him, and I support him. Ron's still like, but see? But that doesn't matter. He has to be in control not only of Vic, but of other people's interactions with Vic. And it's just... Yeah, go ahead.
He's taking away the agency of people, too. He's taking away the agency of everyone who's had a positive interaction. How many times have we seen during the case where people have come out and said, no, this isn't actually what happened. They're spinning what actually happened. I enjoyed it. I didn't have a problem with it. I know that one girl, that thing happened, or something like that. I know that's happened on at least one or two occasions.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, one of the initial articles had to actually retract their one of the pictures and the stories that they had, because the person came out and said, whoa, this was me. That was a consensual kiss. My dad was right there. Everybody was happy about this. So
wasn't that on the front page of the response? Or was that a different picture?
I can't remember. It might have been. I don't remember which one it was.
Also, just real quick, to Angry Baneling in the chat, he says, my voice sounds like I'm about to cry. I ran out of drink a while ago, so my voice is a little hoarse.
I'm with you, buddy. And the only drinks I have around now are liquor, and I'm like, I can't just keep drinking whiskey. I've had plenty.
Of course you can. You're an alcoholic. That's what everyone says, right?
I can. I don't want to, though, because I know one or two more, and I will wake up feeling terrible.
Well, you're going to Twitch tonight, right?
Man, it's already 3. I don't like starting it this late. Okay, so why don't you read out the last? All
right, I'll finish out the last part, and then I'll go and finish out the bottom too.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Be the change you want others to be. Make the changes you say you have already done. Because I can hand off this information to any one of my colleagues, and they would be likely to agree with much of my assessment here. Do take care, Ron. Sincerely, Ken Jennings. And then if you unhide it, not the real Ken Jennings, just in case anyone is still unsure about that one, just clarifying that for Ron.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I think some people do need jokes clarified to them. So, well, this is great. It's a great response. I don't think he's going to respond to it.
Same.
But we'll see. If he's watching this, maybe he'll take that as a challenge and have to man up and go through it. But based on what I've heard about the AMA, I'm not holding up much faith.
Yeah, I don't expect a response. I'd love it. I would love to have the interaction. Like I said, I only want the best for Ron. I have worked with people from all walks of life, and I don't look at them bad because they've done dumb things or bad things. My job is to help make them better. Even here, it's not my job, but it's just part of who I am. So
I think he should do a chat with you. Obviously not on this channel. Because like I said, I don't think it would be fair to Ron to have him on this show. That's not my goal in any way. But I do think he should have a chat with you. Maybe he should propose, or maybe it should be proposed through the Knuckleheads podcast or something like that.
I'd be happy to do that.
That would be a great interaction. I would love to see him have to talk to someone like you. Not that, which is a weird thing to say because it sounds like some sort of gotcha, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I'm not, I would just like.
I wouldn't even really want to talk about the case. I just want to talk about Ron's behaviors and how he's not taking accountability. That's what it comes down to. It's not about this case in general. It's overall what he's doing. It's how his interactions every day go. So. Yeah,
I think it'd be great. Well, did you have any closing thoughts? I've got a bunch of chats to read.
I think we've kind of done it. Unless you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to stick around for the chats too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, hang out for the chats, please, because I think some of them might be.
I'm sure there's questions.
Might be directed to you. I don't have any particular questions. I mean, you got it in the post. We've had a great discussion. I'd love to have you on to talk about like non-Ron related stuff at some point.
Feel free to let me know. I'll be happy to come on. I love your show. I'll be happy to come back on anytime.
Yeah.
Also, it looks like Chrysidia said in the chat that she's open to that. So,
well, Ron, if you happen to be watching or see this, why don't you talk to Ken Jennings on the Knuckleheads podcast? The Knuckleheads will give you a fair shake. Ken has been more than fair to you, I think. I will have nothing to do with it other than to watch from the peanut gallery with everybody else, and I think we could all agree that would be a great conversation. So that would be awesome.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun as hell too.
Ken, they're asking if you have any social media. I don't know if you want to mention anything other than the Kiwi Farms.
Well, I'm on the Kiwi Farms. Obviously, I'm Ken Jennings, totally the millionaire guy. Don't report me to actual Ken Jennings. I have been considering, because people have asked for me to do similar analysis on different people, and I thought about doing it to other people on like the farms and then the Weeb Wars. So I've been thinking about setting up a channel. I just haven't had a chance to yet. But it's on my radar. It's just carving out time, getting started. So
it does take a massive amount of time. It really does.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah, I mean, no is the answer for the social media. Basically, for now, the Kiwi Farms is the main thing. So
if anyone wants questions, they can hit me up on Kiwi Farms.
All right, well, let's start doing these chats. Oh, Angry Baneling has been beating me up over this. I'm supposed to shill my second channel, the Rekieta Media channel. You can find it on youtube.com/Rekieta Media, like Rekieta Law, but media instead of law. And that's where other topics than legal topics go. And there's some of those coming up. I'm working on flushing them out. It's a different kind of channel. Also, when I'm not live streaming on here during the week, there will likely be a stream over there, which is very much more chill. We can talk about whatever you want. I mean, you can bring topics from here over there if you want, but it's not about law stuff. It's mostly just me playing video games and just hanging out with people, kind of like Twitch, except on YouTube, because I like YouTube sometimes. And then there's the other stuff, and there's more of the short recorded videos for that coming up very, very soon. I've just been really swamped lately. So, okay, so you check that out. Let's get to these chats. I hate pitching my other channel.
You should do it. You've earned the
I know.
think you kind of put yourself down a bit. I don't think you, if I were to give you a little bit of a quick psychoanalysis, I feel as though you almost are a little bit your hesitation to promoting other channels. It's almost like you feel a little bit of maybe guilt for having people maybe subscribe to you or maybe super chat you. I know you don't ever really ask for super chats, so I could tell you're very appreciative of it. So
I've always been a bad salesman. I don't know why. I'm bad at asking for the sale. All my critical failure my entire life in sales was I'm bad at just asking for it. I don't know why. Don't know what it is. Just, so I'm just naturally resistant to it. I think I hate when people ask me to buy stuff.
Yeah, I definitely know that one. When you're at Home Depot and they ask you to check your air conditioner. Yeah, I hate that.
The last guy that did that, I pulled his spine out through his anus. So.
Is that something Preston's into?
Yep. It is. That was his name. No, I'm just kidding.
Also, someone asked if I have an OnlyFans. Not currently. So.
You need to start one.
Probably do it with like psychology textbooks and stuff laying around.
Like a soothing psychology breakdown while you just unbutton your shirt slowly.
ASMR, like you have mental health issues. You need to see a therapist. Like something along those lines.
Let me tell you about antisocial personality disorder. It's common amongst serial killers. Like, just that would be awful. That would be awful. I don't know if you could hear that, but it was gross.
No.
Tyler Preston says, okay, I'm getting tired of this bullshit. Vickyverse claims that she was doxxed by that umbrella guy. Is it true or not? I have no idea. I tried asking her, but the bitch won't give a straight answer, and Tug said that she doxed herself. Who's telling the truth? I don't know, man. Sorry, this is a bad place to ask because I'm not following that drama at all. But there you go. Mercenary. The question is, I guess you have to ask yourself, do you care if Tug doxed her or not? That's the first thing. Some people are less critical of doxing than others. Oh, let me get this thing off the... And then some people really think it's a terrible thing, and that's fine either way. You have to decide what it matters. Like, okay, take the worst case scenario of each person, that Tug doxed her, and then determine how you feel about that. And then take the scenario that Vickyverse doxed herself, and then see how you feel about that. And if it doesn't change your opinions, then it's an irrelevant, then it doesn't really matter.
That's a very therapist answer.
Yeah, but it's true though, because I think people get wrapped up in the idea of doxing, and some people may think it's really bad. I don't engage in doxing, but I also don't. I'm not the internet's police, so I'm not going to go screaming about it if someone else does it.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I agree. I don't condone it. If people do it, I mean, that's their prerogative.
Right. So you have to analyze if it's worth it for you to be mad over it in the first place. And then you have to, I guess, search for truth. And if neither of them are willing to give an answer, then you have to assess the evidence that's at hand and make a value judgment. Mercenary X says, tell your guest that I called Ron evil before him just by looking at the guy. Seriously, just one look at the man, and I got the vibes of looking at Hitler. I'm not joking. I guess you could say you could see it in his eyes, but I don't see anything in there. Damn.
Well, that's one thing I don't think I pointed out in my one response, but if you pay attention to his eyes in some of the responses he makes on that podcast, like I mentioned in my one post about Monica specifically, is your eyes will move and when you're trying to think, or especially if you're under stress. So if you're being asked questions that are stressful, you're going to have more eye movement. And Ron does have what appears to be particularly high levels of blinking in general, but it did accelerate when he was being asked certain questions or having certain topics talked about. So that is a good point to bring up about the eyes.
Yeah, I have talked to some people who look at him and feel that they would be uncomfortable leaving loved ones near him. Like literally just from looking at him. and from observing him without any context to who he is. So it's you know, some people give off a weird vibe. That doesn't mean anything about him though. It's just I don't know. Anyway, Knight of Hopex says diagnosing Ron with sociopathy or some other mental illness is being too generous, most likely. He may just be an angry asshole with no morals. We'd all love to think people can be fixed like cars, but self-reflection and wanting feedback are a prerequisite. Any response to that?
You have to be wanting to change to make change. That's why you can see like murderers come out of prison and do so much good in their communities that they grew up in that was really shitty. They want the change to happen. You have to be willing to do that. And part of the beginning parts of therapy is understanding where you sit and how you go down that path, because it's different for each person.
Sure. Phoenix Aurum says, Nick, are you the type who will shill other people's stuff and not your own? Hashtag SAG problems, Sagittarius problems. I am a Sagittarius. I mean, kind of. I'm just a bad salesman in general. But I will shill other people's stuff happily. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I won't do it well, but I'll do it happily. But yeah, I don't like asking for people to give me stuff. I don't. Ken Jennings, can we get your hot takes on Chris Chan, DSP, and Nick's favorite Russell Greer? Goodspeed.
Chris Chan, he's unfortunately in a position, I don't know a lot about the lore, but he's unfortunately in a position where he gets exploited, and it sounds like that's happened in the past. And I don't like seeing that, even though he's on the forums and people make fun of him and shit. It's beyond the level of just fucking with people. DSP, I've been going down that rabbit hole. It's funny as shit. He's an interesting one. I'm still trying to again, I can't use that term anymore because of Preston, but trying to figure out him and what he looks like as kind of an overall mental health picture. And then Russell Greer, I would say his behaviors are very concerning. Like, the book I read, I listened to the Sriracha stream with you and her in the book, and his writings in that book and kind of his overall kind of demeanor and behaviors, like you said, you're not making fun of him for the looks, you're making fun of him because he's a horrible person.
I kind of wonder if he suffers from some sort of like I don't know if schizophrenia is the right term, but some sort of detachment from reality, because he pitches the book as reality, but some parts are so patently ridiculous that it can't be, but you wonder if to him that it was, right? Like the lawyer that he created, that because that guy can't be real, that got firebombed by the Mexican mafia cartel or whatever.
That's some serious shit.
Right. Like that's, and if he, I know someone who doesn't create fake reality, or who doesn't have a skewed perception of reality, but their memory constructs events that didn't happen, if that makes sense.
Oh no, it does.
Yeah, it fits a overall narrative, so they will twist events, and they don't do it consciously. They create a different reality than what everybody else who is there remembers. And I wonder if that's kind of Russell's thing, or if he actually does have a disconnect with reality in the present tense. But apparently he sued Taylor Swift a third time. I need to find the documents.
Oh dear God!
To take a look at it, because to answer the Kiwis on the Russell Greer thread, they've been kind of wanting me to. I talked about doing a Russell Greer show. Let me give some full disclosure on that. I talked about doing a show on Russell Greer prior to actually reading the documents that I had, which it is the police incident report from Russell Greer's high school arrest. That's what it is. And what is in there is very funny. It's also very short. And so I wanted to have a full Russell Greer show, because I feel like that's, if I'm going to do a show involving Russell Greer, I don't want that to be like one segment of it, and then now we're going to talk about a police shooting or something like that. That's weird. So I wanted to do a full show. So the third Taylor Swift lawsuit would be a great catalyst for that. So I'm going to try and find that thing now that I know that it's, or now that I've heard that it's out there. So hopefully I can get that put together soon. I just don't want to put together some like short little thing that won't be very satisfying. I want you guys to be able to fap to your heart's content. So, so that's to them. Russell's great though. Terrible human. Bad Vibe says, my take overall, Ron lacks empathy and considering injury to others, uses power plays to misdirect and minimize his actions, and based on the lack of evidence is victim blaming Vic. All classic signs of an abuser.
I would say that's pretty spot on.
Yeah, I think so too. Josh says his emojis seem to be a way for him to try and exercise restraint over his behavior/reactions. Also, he seems to have next to zero remorse for his domestic abuse, as evidence from the Knucklehead interview. It's all about how he has changed. That's interesting. Yeah, a lot of... Go ahead. Well, I was going to say a lot of focus on how much he has changed, not a lot of focus on what he's changed from.
I think he's referred to, and I don't remember where I saw it, but he's referred to, I think it was a YouTube comment about how the things were with his relationship at the time, and that I think there might be some remorse there. I don't remember specifically, but if we look at the overall picture, that side of it hasn't been brought up much. It's always been, I've changed, not I did these horrible, not considering the victim, not looking outside. You're looking at only yourself. I did horrible things to with my ex-wife. I really regret them. I have been working on doing better. I can't say I'm perfect. That's probably how I've worded it, but I am trying. So,
and what about the constant returning to, she's one of my biggest supporters now. What do you make of that?
That's could be concerning in a way, because he also said that, his one, I think Andrea, the one ex-wife, works with him somehow as far as getting leads or something. So it's still connected to him in what he does for his day-to-day living. And so, is that something she's doing because she wants to? Does she feel like she has to? Is there any control aspect to that? Or is it just coincidence because they're in the same business? Did they actually make up? It would be interesting to see. That video that we're almost supposed to put out would have been interesting to see if her, gestures and conversation was genuine, and she was saying, "I really do appreciate what Ron's done. I think he's done better." That would have been very insightful. That could have proved me wrong on a lot of shit, and it never came. I'd still love to see it, but
yeah, man, I would love to see it too. But I think I would. If she were my friend and asked me if she should, I would say no. For her own sake, like just
the same.
I just don't think people should expose themselves to the internet if they don't have any interest in doing so personally. And so that's where I'm torn, because I would love to see that, but at the same time, I know how the internet is, and somebody will likely do something involving her, even though she's somewhat innocent. Like she has no connection to any of this, and so I would hate that would be a possible outcome. I'm sure that's going to be construed as me like endorsing it or something stupid. But Malik Foxon says, on that note, imagine removing Ken from his clients as well. Ken wouldn't be the only person dealing with being in a dark place. Removing people from jobs impacts more than just them. Vic's fans used to not be able to see him because cancel Karens. Yep.
That's a very good point.
It's no one ever. Well, but because you're bad, then you shouldn't be with them anyway, I think is this.
But one of the things people don't think about is, you have to have balance. There is good and bad. Bad things bring insight into the world. Just because Vic, even if we assume Vic did these wrong things, as he's accused of, that could still be a point for Vic to still help his fans grow with. He could say, I made mistakes. I'm growing from them. I should never have done this. And it could maybe walk people away from ever doing the same kind of things. It doesn't mean it's something he needs to lose his job for. So.
Exactly. Right. Right. And I think that's been my problem with this approach the whole time is you guys are friends. You want him to do better and be better, but you didn't take the approach of him being better and doing better and still interacting with people. You took the approach of removing him. And that doesn't ring true to the idea of you want things to be better. It's you want him away. That's what it says to me. Casey Dynison says, hey, Nick, I know it's off topic, but are you going to cover the MPD killing of George Floyd? Yes, tomorrow, or well, later tonight or whatever, with Short Round. Seems pretty cut and dry. Even the union isn't backing them. Holy woo.
Ooh, that's interesting.
And I mean, the video of the guy. Now, I've seen a picture. Apparently, the cop who did it allegedly has a picture of him wearing a hat that says "Make whites great again." Again, I don't know. Even if that's a true thing and not fake, which I've no reason to believe either way. Even if that's true and not fake, that doesn't necessarily mean he killed this person of racial animus. I don't want this to be about race, because it's really about police violence. And if we start dovetailing into it's about race, it minimizes the fact of police violence in general, and it minimizes and it creates a reactionary effect on people who want to say, no, this isn't racist, and it muddies the conversation. Can we just focus on the fact that a police officer put his knee on the back of a citizen's neck for long enough for the guy to die? Like, that's enough. That's enough. We don't need any of the other stuff. But anyway, we're going to talk about that tomorrow. So thank you. Jen GM says, no wonder Ron likes remote so much. Control by pressing and beating. Skeet Neat says, I have autism and I hate every second of my life. Oh, God damn it.
Hey, look, man. I know that's a shitty thing to deal with. You know, I've got my own things, and everyone's situation is different. You know, take your situation and empower yourself to do better from it. You know, there are ways you can use the sad things or the things that you don't like about your day-to-day, having to live with autism, and make that better. It's all about how you do it. And that's not easy to do all the time, but it is doable. And I've seen people go from, like I said, all walks of life to get to better spots. It's not easy. It's full of pain, but you can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Nutsack says, hey, Nick, Lightside Bill was false flagged by a filthy Euro DSP fan. Is there any sort of legal avenue against him? I mean, his main legal avenue right now is getting the false flags removed. As far as actual like legal action, nothing that would be worth spending $50,000 to $100,000 on. Teammaker 502 says a trained therapist can see through BS. Sometimes.
It depends. It depends on how well the person, you know, if someone's really bought into their own, you know, tale, like if they're really invested in it and they see that as the complete truth and nothing else, then it's hard to determine. But, you know, I tell my clients, I will take everything you tell me as truthful unless I have other reason to believe so. Because to do so doesn't help, you know, to sit there and kind of nitpick everything you tell me doesn't help the clinical relationship, you know? So I kind of have to take everything you say as the truth. So.
Yeah. Lil Poo Poo says, I've seen better acting in Ghetto Gaggers than in Monica's deposition. Come on now. Caldeo the Horse says, can I get a shout out to Sean Ranklin from Ken?
Hey, Sean Ranklin.
Give Sean Ranklin some big ups.
Big ups to Sean Ranklin, and don't be a Preston. So. Yeah.
Perfect. Caldeo the Horse says, it would be cool to see you talk about DSP and Chris Chan. Maybe we could do that at some point. I don't know.
Like I said, I'll be happy to come back.
10 Gen Ken says, Nick, did you see the 9th edition cinematic? I haven't watched it yet. Primaris going back to their nightly ways. Like Ty said, why would you not frill up if you're bulletproof? Fantastic. Ethical Dilemma says, hello, Nick and Ken. I recall you saying in a previous stream you're not responsible for the health of others. Can you please elaborate how briefly? What I was saying is I think what you're talking about is in regards to COVID, that you don't have a duty to not spread a germ to someone else, a legal duty, right? Like, first of all, that's a really tough thing to do. And I don't mean stuff like AIDS or HIV where there's knowing transmission. I mean, like if you have the flu, you don't have a duty to not transmit the flu, which means if you give someone else the flu, they don't have a lawsuit against you unless they can prove you did it like intentionally. There's no like negligent transmission of a virus or bacteria to someone as a cause of action. That's what I'm talking about. So this just goes back to the idea of where does your freedom end and all of that stuff with constitutional rights. Maybe it should end in a pandemic, but currently it doesn't. We don't have a legal structure that says it does. That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully that helps. Rogue says, thoughts on the Monica Hotel story actually being legit, but she slapped Vic's name to the assault to protect the real perpetrator.
That's I don't know. That's a hard one to kind of say. Again, the way she reacted in the deposition and the changing of the story. Well, someone did point this out in chat earlier that memory recall during kind of those things is not perfect, but there's too much of a difference. It's not the similarities you would expect to see in similar recalls. There's missing details. There's factual errors. I mean, it's possible, but I would put a low chance of it if it was me.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I mean, I think the most likely outcome is that they had some sort of encounter that was consensual, and then that was spun in a different way. I think for whatever reason.
Yeah,
go ahead.
With that, and if that did happen, I would be interested that if they say did have a sexual encounter, why that wasn't pushed as the narrative during this, that he had sex with me and I didn't want to and I had to lay there or something like that. That would have been much harder hitting. So it almost is probably like something like that happened and he kind of denied it or pushed it back. And so that was the way to turn the story.
Yeah.
So.
Squally says the 70s had the Eye of Argon. The 2000s, the aughts had My Immortal. This decade's new favorite fanfic you need to drink to complete is Ronversations, a love note to the internet. Esme Illis' anime says, in Kermit's voice, it's Wednesday, my chads. Thank you much. Banana Stand Money, also Matsuri changed their dates, just saying, goddamn, when? That might actually be better for me. When did they do that? Matsuri 2020. Oh, anime Matsuri. It's still. What the hell? I don't know. I don't see change dates.
Maybe check their Twitter or social media.
I guess it says their website's a virus, so.
Oh.
It still says July 9th through 12th, 2020. As on their pinned tweet. Oh, let's discuss with 11 hours ago. They have they're discussing the option of changing it to August, so we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Either way, I'll be there. Lucian says Ron equals anime villain. Maybe. I mean, he doesn't have big enough boobs. Angry Baneling says, fear not, I will remind you to shill your channel. You already did. Keldeo the Horse says, can Ken analyze low tier god, aka New Age Black?
Yeah, I've watched some of his videos. He's, I would say, very narcissistic, and he's very, very much likes to push his failures onto others. Like when he loses a match or something, it kind of like DSP. Oh, it's lag, or it's this or that, or they're using X character because it's better, or it's OP, or something like that. Won't actually take accountability for his inability to improve on his gameplay.
Yeah, it's okay. I've never watched him. I have no idea.
It's funny as shit.
Bad Vibes says, No matter what issues you're working on, remember, today I have control of myself. I hope to do better tomorrow, but can't dwell on yesterday. That's fairly helpful advice, but I think you have to sometimes dwell on yesterday to make sure you do better tomorrow. That's me.
That's pretty good.
So
yeah, you gotta make sure you know where you're going, to where you're coming from to where you're going.
Yeah. Well, man, I think we're good. That's all the chats. So this has been a great stream.
So both super chats and justice chats are all good.
They're all done. They're all done. Yeah. Well, it was a lot of big ones and a couple little ones.
Okay.
So I mean, we just didn't have a million $2 ones to read through.
I was expecting that.
Yeah. But that's where we are. So I think everybody was just enamored by the calm and critical analysis. It was good, like legitimately very good.
I appreciate that.
So yeah, man, we'll have to talk again sometime on some non-Ron related subject, or if he does something super stupid, we could talk about that too. But
yeah, we'll see what happens with the fallout from this stream. I'm curious to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. And guys, there will be another Ronversations by Proxy probably when I start looking at the AMA. If his AMA answers are complete boring nonsense, I'm not going to delve into them. If I see them and they're kind of funny, and we'll make or informative or something like that, we'll make a show out of it. But I'm not just going to farm it, for lack of a better word, for content if it's not going to be interesting. So I want to make sure that'll be a good show. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. Ken, if you want to hang around for just a second while we close out, I'd like to say goodbye to my guests in private. And
sure.
No, I'm not going to do Twitch. It's already 3:30. I'm really, really tired. But there should be Twitch tomorrow or something. Also live chat Wednesday tomorrow for the Discord people. Other than that, guys, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I hope you have a good night. Peace.